Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The seventh day of the trial of the Capitalism Tribunal again starts with reading out the preamble to the process order. As person since 1972 knows about the limits of growth,
as representative entities has been failing since 4 decades, and as man has only this one single planet, and as this planet belongs to every man and woman, and as the nexus of ecology and economy is clear and evident, as economic action is immer based on specific legal systems created by man, and as those legal systems become illegal where they have become unbearable, as future generations have never had rights, and as law has always been created by man, as there exists free will, as individual decisions will not suffice alone, as crime is very often legal, and the struggle of those without rights are very often deemed illegal, as valid law and regulation and perception of law and justice are at odds, as stagnation and regression are rampant, as resignation of the people is palpable, as the economy has been deeply influencing and impacting the life of human beings, as equity is not acceptable, as 1/3 of humanity is still stricken with poverty or even absolute poverty, as the knowledge on the consequences of contemporary business actions is there, as alternatives are present and could be implemented, as economic rules of the game are no natural catastrophes, as nothing shall become total, and as we shall need our efficient Europe, and as laws are always created by man, and as man could opt for better law, the Capitalism Tribunal constitutes itself in order to bring light into the crimes of European capitalism in due process, so that the failure of laws and regulations in the past and in the present shall give us learning lessons for the future, because the history hasn't come to its end.
So the seventh day of the Capitalism Tribunal is thus opened. The topic for today is emergence and the guidance of law. We have 21 indictments on capitalismtribunal.org. Every indictment will be read out, and the defense is then given the chance to object. Finally, we will then see whether this indictment will be kept up and promoted to this further level or will be dropped. And the prosecution will decide on that. All prosecutors have been informed about the fact that their indictment is here submitted, and also invited to personally appear. If they fail to do so, the prosecutors will do it for them. All defendants have also been informed. If they fail to appear in person, the defense will do this as their advocates. The language of the court is German, and all days will be accompanied by an English translation into when simultaneous translation into English. So now call on the prosecutors to start with indictment number 28. Indictment 0028, World Peace Word. Defendants, everyone and no one. Bill of indictment, I personally would not indict anyone, but we need to indict. Therefore, I indict all people not acting according to the three goods. Therefore, the indictment is also directed against the tribunal itself, everyone involved from that part, as well as everyone participating and everyone still participating. Every person should live according to the principle of the triple well-being for their own well-being, that of the community and the well-being of the earth. The tribunal and this type of indictment is not beneficiary for any of these three well-beings. Considering the global situation, it could be that humanity will not have time forever to overcome this destructive system, and we should start using our energy for the purpose of change. Indictments, therefore, are a useless waste of time. Attempts to change the system will not work. We can only change something if we keep promoting it and keep designing new and better systems, and by doing so replace capitalism. We must mutually enlighten ourselves so that we can then also convince each other that we need to take a different road and explain why the current system is working poorly. And this also works without indicting anyone. A court is good for nothing if it does not instigate any changes. We must come from problem-oriented thinking to solution-oriented thinking. We already know that capitalism must be overcome, so let's now concentrate on a solution, alternative solution, and its implementation. I've written a book which is available for download on exit.supply. I suggest a global word on the identification of identical global values. I offer a detailed analysis on main problems and a suggestion for implementation. Evidence: men have bad traits of character. People are egoistic and manipulative. People have created capitalism. Capitalism promotes the bad traits of character and therefore their preservation. Ignorance, greed, unconsciousness, this all allows people to a better basis for survival, better health, and a higher standard of living. Capitalism also allows for an unequal spread of power, which as a result also gives the system and the people creating it permanence in this sense. People have brought themselves into the situation and no one can be blamed. Everyone has developed the way they have because outer circumstances have occasioned it. We must stop wasting time on looking for who is to blame. Identical global values is what humanity needs in order to control itself. The world peace word should lead to a situation where humanity reaches a global conscience and understands the necessity of common values. Thank you. First, I would like to ask the defense to give their statement. Thank you. In response to this text here presented as indictment number 28, first, we say that we are again, of course, not completely free because the prosecutor indicts himself, but then again the tribunal, so that here we are for the first time confronted with a double restriction. In order to enlighten these facts and also as a position of the Capitalism Tribunal, I would like to hear consult my colleague, Mr. Lenz, as an expert and call him as a witness.
Biased.
Gentle Transgender. Guten Morgen, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, Mesdames et Messieurs. Vielen Dank, Herr Dr. Klein, Hohes Gericht.
Good morning, Dr. Klein, High Court, dear colleagues, Professor Habel, Mr. Södenkamp. Let me, at the beginning of the last day, first thank the colleagues from Brüd Vienna, as well as all the participants of the past and still ongoing week. This is really incredible. And I would like to also thank myself and everyone involved down here, because we are unpaid. Let us now proceed to this highly interesting text, which is also very adequate to provide information on the horrific, and I really refer to a devastating, destructious, post-modern situation which refers to itself as left but does not want to change anything. So what is requested here is to create better and newer systems to live with them in order to replace capitalism. This, of course, is highly interesting to make such a claim and then to use it in order to indict the Capitalismtribunal. Secondly, what is also requested here to proceed from problem-oriented thinking to solution-oriented thinking, a claim which is not leftist, which basically requests sovereignty over a state of emergency and therefore is part of the rightist folklore of a Carl Schmitt and others. This, after all, is about the argumentative exchange and a fair trial about what we see in the present age and the economy. Secondly, the explicit allegation of egalitarianism can be refuted by the fact that this person could write his indictment without having to pay anything, and that it is being read out here in this court by people doing so voluntarily, and then also occasioning a serious discussion on it, which was built up over a year and a half and will carry on because this discussion is absolutely serious and in the end will also lead to a legislative process. So what a confusion has taken hold here. After all, it is always the objective of every progressive tendency to have a normative effect in the end. This applies even to those who drastically have said goodbye to any notion, every notion of normativity, because then the rule is that they want to live without any law. And here I point to the writer and journalist David Graeber, who in his most recent book as a journalist and scientist has shown that there also is an anarchistic, normative notion of law. Plus, we also refer to a philosophy with under the terms of people are egoistic and manipulative, greed, ignorance, and consciencelessness. Thank you, but this is not the world I'm living in, at least not during the 7 days of this trial, including the people I don't agree with. Last but not least, thank you for your attention. I will not speak that long today. Let me just quote from the Red Book. The Capitalism Tribunal on the Revolution of Economic Rights. The scientific basic idea in this tribunal provides a fundamental change of view on the creation of a human economy, which can be brought into two shapes. First, not the economy, business, is created from human action and can be restricted only by laws, just like the rules for an athletic competition, which make it as fair as possible, even though it's hard. But the economy only unfolds on the basis of rules which are always generally effective and keep carrying on in the further process of human business activity. The Capitalismtribunal, that is the creation of all economy, that also includes all activities that are not paid by money from the laws. And this is for the first time shifted to the center of economic research, and we can deduct principles from there. Secondly, currently valid legal texts in the most noble form, that is the Declaration of Human Rights from 1948, but also constitutional texts that politically positive rights which in an economy should benefit every citizen. And the notion of citizens in this case is referred to the notion of citoyen or citoyenne. However, it is always the state or a state-like authority that guarantees these rights. So you need to queue up so that you can enjoy these rights. So the laws codified in all these texts are individual rights, which systematically are put one next to the other, just like a catalogue of requests based on the respective authority, and the implementation also fails over it. I hence ask you to be allowed to present this book as a piece of evidence. Thank you, and I wish you a very successful last day of the trial. The defense has also enjoyed taking over this mandate, and I hope that we will now go back to serious business. Thank you also for the self-defense. What is the prosecution saying about this indictment? We would like to drop this indictment. First, what Anselm Lenz has already pointed out, the idea of man, or the concept of man presented here, is a naturalization of man, which is not the subject matter of the tribunal. It is also unscientific and unempirical, as Mr. Lenz has already stressed. At the same time, well, the Capitalism Tribunal is indicted here, as Mr. Lenz has already said. It is indicted to do what the person is requesting, which is inconsequent. At the same time, I can also see that this has no connection with our economy or the rules for which we need to live, which is why I believe that it is irrelevant, and as Mr. Lenz has already said, where we should drop it. So we drop it, and we proceed to the next indictment, 33. You've got the floor. Indictment number 33. Why is everything forbidden, and who gives you the right to decide over me? I'm peaceful. Defendant, the Federal Republic of Germany. Bill of indictment. Everything is forbidden unless you have permission or you pay for it. Why? Building a house. Building a house in a place where it makes sense for my family and myself, where I do have food or I can grow them, where I am protected against storms or industrial pollution, is forbidden unless I buy that land. Materials such as wood, stones and sand, so a free good of nature that can officially only be bought. Once the building has been erected, you need to pay land tax every day. every year. If you need to take out a loan and you can't pay it back, the building will be taken off you. In the event of war, even though you have not triggered it, both the building and the land can be confiscated. So I need to pay rent. My current costs are 80% of my wage. Fishing, hunting, growing plants, very original instincts and human rituals of self-supply for food are forbidden. In order to angle or to fish, you need a permit, and you need to pay for it each year. Hunting, again, you need a permit, and that again also costs money. Vegetables, herbs, and fruit, again, requires you to buy land, otherwise you can't do it. A car, you need a permit, and that costs. I don't have anything against a driving license, but I have something against money, immensely much money, and that is unpayable for Hartz IV beneficiaries. Owning a car, yes, but driving it, no. You need to register it, pay insurance and taxes, and then can you use it? And remember, you're just the holder, not the owner. Use of roads. You also use commonly paid roads. Yes. First, the street already exists and has been paid off, and such a street crosses my meadow. Then you have tolls and money to cross bridges or rivers, which partly are already private. Don't I pay taxes for that? Petrol, again, taxes. So this is a prime material that belongs to all of us, but has been confiscated by some few companies making billions in profits. Where are we compensated? Oil belongs to all of us. The same applies for the other raw materials such as wood, coal, gold, diamonds, arches, copper, silver, water. Why should I pay for water? And who can privatize water? No one. Water is a general natural good, so it's a natural right and a human right. Who pays compensation to me for profit-oriented pollution of water and soil? Who pays compensation to me for privatizing raw materials and the billions that are made with them? Who pays compensation to me for the system conditioned non-access to regions by militarization or privatization? Evidence, it's too obvious then to prove it. So what does the defense say? The defense takes the text which has been submitted as indictment number 33 and recognizes it, but again wonders who is indicted, since this argument seems to suggest that we turn against the rule of law and the legal order in the Federal Republic of Germany. Plus, also addressed are the law of nature and the law of man. Correspondingly, two questions come up. A very pragmatic one. What the representation of the prosecution intends to do throughout the further procedure, and what the connection with capitalism is. Then I would like to ask the defense to give their position on the prosecution.
And the state of Germany has established laws, but as we know, these laws are made by men, and they are conventions. And the question is whether these laws fit the laws of nature. I think my colleague here has shown that many of these laws bar people from doing things that are natural, that it's their instincts to do them. And the claim is that the conventional laws, the human laws, conflict with the basic instincts of human beings. So I would identify two types of accused. The main accused, the main defendant, is the state, And the secondary defendant are the corporations that cooperate with this system. And I think this is sufficient to identify who is being charged.
Darf ich eine Zwischenfrage stellen?
May I now ask an interim question? The defense has brought up the question to what extent capitalism can be called responsible for that.
Is based on private property. Many of the accusations raised by my colleague are based on the principle of private property. Private property means that certain things that belong to all of us, namely the globe and the resources on the globe, are being taken by some people and being used for the sake of profit for these people. As I think Jean-Jacques Rousseau said, the first horrible thing that happened to human beings is when people drew a boundary and said, this is mine. And the accusation is against giving force to this concept of this is mine, and that means that you are being excluded from the this.
Bitte die Verteidigung.
Ich glaube auch, dass diese Anklage zurückzuweisen ist, weil sie
I also think that this indictment should be refuted because it is so self-contradictory. And in truth, here we're having a bourgeois citizen overdrunk by Rousseau. At least that's the mentality we can hear, because after all, it is not an indictment against the system of private property, but he wants to go back to the original land taking, which is the inaugural narration of capitalism. The question is, why can't they build a house? Why can't I just take a piece of land and say, well, it's mine, and then build my private house on it? So the mentality of private house builders is the catastrophic basis of capitalism, at least one specific variant of it, including its ecological disastrous consequence. He also wonders why oil does not belong to everyone and why driving is expensive. At least this indictment is not ecological. So I would say that it actually suffers from several self-contradictions. In a way, it is a bit like shooting yourself.
I'm not absolutely clear about what the contradiction is, but I'll say one thing, that the instinct of building a house does not imply that this house should be excluded from others. The instinct of using resources on the land does not mean that you ought to exclude other people from using these things on the land. Just to provide a brief example, I was talking about it with my colleague earlier, in some legal systems, in Sweden for instance, a person can enter my land if they want to camp on my land as long as they do not interrupt me. The laws of property go much beyond the necessary use value of the objects. They grant the owner a strong right to exclude other people for no reason, including in cases in which exclusion does not serve his or her needs.
Ja, Sie sprechen da sehr schön über die Metaebene, wie man.
Well, you're talking here about the meta level, where you can differentiate between common goods and private property, which is valuable but has nothing to do with this indictment, because this person is speaking for himself, wondering why they need to pay for streets and their own house, and this is definitely the objective and subject matter of this indictment.
Ob sie diesen Fall weiter verfolgen will und wenn.
So I'd like to ask the prosecution whether you will uphold this case. Yes, we will uphold this case because we had a similar one in Peru, and those materials, resources that were found in Peru were privatized by a company, and this company has just taken copper, and the plaintiff said that copper should belong to everybody. But this copper mine is not only making profit with this resource, but it is also exploiting work manpower. So that is why the right of use and right of ownership seems to be an integral part of the economy, like Mr. Harrell said. So we will uphold this case two tier. First tier is that the right to ownership is very strong, and the second tier is the mentioning of the privatization. Would there be any comment from the defense in this respect? Yes. Here, at this stage, we would like to say we have a clear divergence between the objective of this case and the previously mentioned copper mine in South America. A lot of those aspects you presented, and also the correlation between natural rights and the legal system, I think it is up to you to do this. And there is one further contradiction. When we talk about instinctual rights, I think our instinctual right, just a pure individual right, is not to be found in any legal system or legal architecture. Nature law, yes. Human rights, yes. This is okay, we can argue about that, but the essence of law is based in the fact that you have an agreement with the individual, with all the other individuals, and it needs to be safeguarded by law. That is why we can have natural rights and human rights, those two parameters. And like in the previous 6 days, we will see it. We have seen it, and so if prosecution wants to use a very weak and contradictory prosecution in order to address ownership right, then you may proceed in this way. So the request by defense to specify this case at the next stage. Yes, this is our motion. Would that be possible for you?
By this concept, I just want to react to to Dr. Klein, that I may agree that the essence of law is agreement. This agreement has never been done explicitly, and this agreement is being derived from what we believe people need and from their needs and what benefits them. And when I spoke about instincts, I spoke about the things that have to be reflected in the legal system. They are not, I don't think that rights are based on instincts, but I do think that the essence of law is to promote, the essence of good law is to promote the interest of individuals. And these laws do not promote their interests. They do not promote their welfare, their well-being.
Über diese Einlassung freue ich mich sehr. Dankeschön.
Thank you for this comment. Right, then we take this up, but we also continue. So the prosecution will uphold this case, and we come to the next case, 3-9. Please read the case. Number 39. Monetary capitalism has stolen my time. Accused are all central banks of the world. The monetary system has stolen my time. I'm forced to sell my lifetime for money because it gives me access to life important resources of this planet. Oh no, it is objecting against the access, sorry. And it is only possible to get this access by means of money. The accusation has 2 points. That the hindrance to get to life important resources, and it is intended to sell lifetime. Resources are foodstuffs, nutrition that has already been in existence before the monetary system, like cereals, grain, fruits, roots. Water has also been in existence before the monetary system. Energy, created by natural elements like the sun, the wind, and the water. Then means to construct things like earth, slurry, and so on. Clothing, textiles consisting of natural resources like cotton, has also been in existence before the monetary system. Help of other people. Man also, and individuals help themselves before the advent of the monetary system. First of all, the money introduced by the central banks do not have direct access to the life important crucial resources of the planet. Only by means of a system and its corresponding money means I get access to the resource. So I'm forced to sell my lifetime in order to obtain this means of payment. I demand alpha. I demand free access to all resources of this planet for all people, irrespective of origin, skin of color, sexual orientation, religion, clothing style. Beta, I demand the destruction and the abolishment of all money, irrespective of the currency. We do not need it. Evidence. Monetary capitalism has stolen my time. The basic paradigm introduced by capitalism, work for money, leads to the fact that I will have to waste my time, or most of my time, with work, only serving to expand power of capitalist system. And this monetary system is doing it in the following way. As I absolutely need money in order to buy important goods like food, clothing, and housing, I have to work and get a salary. So the system forces me to sacrifice lifetime, and I have to work, I have to have a job that gives me money. But if you think logically about it, then this is actually theft. Because what are foodstuffs or food? Generally, bread is made of wheat, for instance, and it's growing in the earth. As I am part of the earth, I can have some parts of this wheat, for instance, and of the grain. And this can be extended to vegetables and fruits. Everything is part of the planet. I too. So why should I pay anything for it? Clothing, same thing. Textiles consist of plant fabric of this planet. If I wouldn't have to go to work, I could make my own clothes. But I do not have the time because I have to go to work. By the way, I have a whole closet full of clothing, and it should actually be sufficient for 40 years. No, because based on the capitalist system, there will never be any production that gives guarantee that the products will have a sustainability, else then system would collapse. So it will get broken, so you have to buy new things, also new clothes, and so I have to go to work. It's like a vicious circle. So I serve the system and the super rich that steer the money flows on the world and govern the world. And this based on one wrong thought or motion, ownership. If you are born into this world, then you own everything and nothing automatically. You are part of the universe, this planet. And who thought about that? Only by this perverse notion of ownership, this perverse system is kept alive. And even before birth, we were brainwashed with this very odd notions and programmed. Only by resource scarcity, distribution of ownership. By this means, ownership, values, rich and poor, those parameters are possible in this way. I think this is cool, so I'll go on. I'm 40 years old. During my school, I have a side job in the BMW plant of Dingolfing. I got an education, I worked during my study course in order to finance it, my studies as a student at O2. And now I've been working for 10 years with some holidays, toujours between 30 and 50 hours. If I subtract this from with holidays, and I say I give it to you, and I then take 10 years and 3 years electrician's education, I have calculated 23,040 hours of my life. Then we have to add job search, way to work, recuperation time from work should also be added. So let's say 30 minutes on the way to the job, which is not that much. We would be at 25,920 hours. Now, we come to the health consequences due to work. 8-hour-long sitting in the office, or some pain, physical pain when you do constructions. Monotony in work makes you sick. So I hope against this problems there will also be brought an extra prosecution into case. Now, I'm not an electrician, and if the electrician would start with 15 and is working till 65 years, well, thank you. 120,000 hours, 12,750 work. Wow. Now, figure that this electrician would have put some input in order to serve the humanity, the planet, the nature. What a waste of the resource, of the human resource, and this is a crime. But not only this has been stolen by capitalism. With the stolen time, there's something else happening. So, as I must work for money all the time, I cannot do the things I want to. For instance, the philosophy, help family members, be there for others, be in the nature and so on. I don't get paid for that. So all those things I want to do, they come later. And I'm forced to do things that I have to do. Work for money. And it's depleting me, it's emptying me, it is just crap. In order to then fill this emptiness, capitalism has a very good idea. Consumerism, luxury, alcohol, buy something, then you get better. Drugs, and so on. Capitalism makes you sick and forces you to pay a lot of money for things that balance the sickening effect of capitalism. But that is not the case, because everyone knows that a posh wristwatch or another luxury is not an acceptable compensation for my wasted lifetime. Summarizing, the current monetary capitalistic system is stealing my time in order, because I cannot have access to the resources of the planet and have to sell my time for money. It is detrimental to my physical and mental health, and I do not get good compensation for my money. That only serves to preserve the system, and this affects me, and this is also the case for everyone on the planet. I'm now ready to work for free to serve humanity, the planet, fauna and flora. I'd like to find solutions with other people. I will clear out the trash, I will clean everything up. I'm the first one who would join projects. But what's going here on is total waste of all resources of Earth. Water, earth, trees, people, animals, air, for only one objective: money. This stupid idée fixée. We got it brainwashed, we got it programmed, and we all were said it is no other option than to have it, because you don't want to give up on your stuff, although it is of no use for everyone. I do not need to own a camera. I can borrow it or lend it, and I can give it to someone else if I don't need it anymore. I do not need a car all the time. You can have mine if I don't use it. Sometimes I'm away. If I'm away and my flat is free, you can live there. And I can give you the money to get back time for it. And I will give all my banknotes to the central bank and will work for free to the benefit of humanity and the planet. If we do this, everybody would do this, then the banker wouldn't have power over us. We would get back our time, would use it with purpose in order to live a peaceful, resource, sustainable life. Let's sit together and think about that, how we could do it. Thank you. Who will ask a defense for their statement? Well, defense extends its utmost respect to all plaintiffs. Here we have a text that is actually accusing humanity and its development. The legal subject is tried to be termed as the currency, all currencies and the central banks, which are the legal entities that are allowed to print the money and produce money. We believe as a defense that here we have this yearning for a prime ordeal situation, nullifying 120,000 years of human development, especially the last 8,000 years. So, if the plaintiff wants to live in a society that is not based on the sharing of work and where we have bartering natural things, he or she can do this. Okay, up to the person. Then the person would have to find, for instance, a community and live in this way. Now, regarding the legal implication, we believe as a defense that this prosecution will be dropped. It is very interesting from the literary point of view, but regarding the legal and economic phenomenon of emergence, it is not acceptable for this tribunal. Thank you. Now the prosecution, please.
Is stealing time, basically theft of time. And the claim, I think, of the prosecution was that an attempt to change the system is utopian, and that this is a development of 8,000 years of civilization and so on and so on. This is an open question whether this is utopian. It has not been tried recently. But we do know that there were societies that operated in a way that is quite similar to the suggestion of my colleague. I just remind you the kibbutzim in Palestine or Israel that were established precisely on something like this. The claim is that the need for money governs our life, controls our life, and controls our life much beyond the requirements that are needed in order to sustain the basic needs. So that, just to provide an example from what my colleague said, he said the products are deliberately short-lived and not sustained for a long time in order to force people to work. Forcing people to work degenerate their cognitive abilities, undermines their ability to think about alternatives. And I think to a large extent, this is what it is meant to do. It is not only meant to produce. It is not only meant to increase the products or to live better life. It is meant in order to degenerate the powers of people to think, rebel, change, transform the society. And I think this is the main accusation. Steal our time, not in order to produce more, not in order to address our needs, but in order to make us passive creatures that work for the system.
Gibt es eine Stellungnahme?
Yes, I would like to add that I have deep respect and empathy for this, I guess, man. I think it's a man. I think the limitation that it is a prosecution for time theft is definitely more helpful. It is not only time theft, it is actually, it's negligence, so bodily harm based on negligence. So He's accusing a company, he's accusing a system of companies, that he became damaged and that he lost his best years, his quality time. And I think I take it seriously. But I'm asking myself whether capitalism is to be blamed. This is not the case. And if so, then maybe a Fordysian system. And thank God Fordism will go away. So the Federal Republic of Germany shouldn't rely so much on the production of medium-class cars. He would like to take care of people, and into philosophy, so all those nice things that machines cannot do. And here capitalism is the right entity to help him, because the capitalism could give him a loan so that he could also open a nice company for lifestyle products or community service or whatever he wants to do, or a summer school of philosophy. So he can go to the bank and ask the bank to give him a loan, because I have a service that will make us all happy. So capitalism is actually the solution and shouldn't be accused. Thank you. I think this it was appreciated now and also modified by the prosecution. Those central banks, 39, haven't been mentioned right now. This is, of course, because there were banks way before central banks started to exist. But on this stage, I'd like to go back to the discrepancy between the individual egoism and self-realization, because the author of this text, as we have here, as accusation number 39, and the basic consideration regarding how justice should look like. I think if we orient ourselves properly, we should here some justice and fairness regarding work. And the first days of the trial, we've heard here the Bible quote, "He who does not work shouldn't eat." And this is a very pre-capitalistic image of justice within the framework of a religion. And this could be accused if one would want it. So this basic imaginations of justice or fairness, and I think it is not really useful to really name autonomous communes or communities like kibbutz or kibbutzim in the plural, and and if you also consider other implementations of utopian projects, we can see who is actually doing the work or shares of work, the scope, the quality, and the performance. One of the core problems of this utopian implementation projects is whether those projects can work without capitalism, without money. And without money and capitalism, those projects fail. Now, the dear colleague from the defense that insisted on the fact that capitalism would solve things, this has a weakness regarding reasoning, because you equal capitalism with machines, and it was the first trick that was done. I mean, we have here diverging things. Machines are not a way of production that are based on an ownership system and can be operated by human beings that have their free time and can choose to freely manage their time. And it's not necessary that they need to buy time or sell time. The next claim that everybody could take up a loan and do what he or she wants in order to engage into philosophy and so on. I think here we should try to get a loan that do not have an added value. This will be very difficult. And the money that you would get will be gone quite quickly. And then you are in the same situation as was described, that you actually have to sell your lifetime for an owner. Yes, just quickly added value. Well, you like to quote Marx, so remember you're probably important author of reference, and we learn from Marx that added value is a matter of the market game. So if he would offer a product that is really important for another market stakeholder or another entity, and then this person is really on his way to success. So he has to have a business instinct. This is also a matter of education. So should be more capitalistic, this education, and not less. But the reasoning of the author seems to make sense, that he wants to make things do action for the sake of themselves and not for money. Well, yeah, he can also become a biofarmer, for instance. Okay, I would like to shorten that. I do not know whether we are really reasoning in the interest of the plaintiff. I don't think if once you found a lifestyle company. Ich möchte.
One is that the defense has argued that the idea here is utopian. It is very difficult to know whether it's utopian because capitalism does not allow us to experience it. I think we can know that something is utopian only after we experiment with it. But the argument is that capitalism precludes the possibility of experimenting with this and does not allow us to experiment this. Only after we experiment this, we know whether it's utopian. The second point I want to mention is that in this case, the capitalist system works against the German constitution itself, because if I recall, Section 2, I was trying to find this out, or Section 1A, after the dignity provision, speaks about self-realization, self-development. Somebody here knows the term in German, I'm sure. And the claim of my colleague was that the capitalist system precludes the possibility of realizing this basic law, which was ideal, an ideal that was promulgated after the Second World War in order to change the reality in which we live in. The third is, I want to ask the defense, when you are 70, 80, 90 years old, you're going to leave the world, and you're thinking, what have I done in this world? You will mostly recall that you have worked for others. And this is a very miserable fate that we have. This is a very sad fate. The most of the things that we will recall when we leave this world is the hours that we spent in doing things we don't want to do. And the real question is whether we can overcome this.
Gibt es da eine Rückmeldung oder können wir die Anklage fragen?
Is there any reply? Or can we ask the prosecution how to proceed? It is true. What on your latest statement, I share your opinion. We will take up this prosecution pointing to the fact that one has to sell a lifetime. Then defense would request a short break so that we can also consult internally, okay? Then let's have a break of 5 minutes. And then we do the regular 5-minute break right now.
Put the German constitution.
Selbst
So, wir setzen fort. Und zwar mit Fall Nummer 007.
So now indictment number 47. So indictment number 0047, generalized barter as a basic structure. So we indict general barter, the bill of indictment. We herewith indict general barter as well as the equivalent barter. Barter goes via money, which is a logical consequence, but money by itself should not be indicted, rather the logic behind it. Generalized barter. People in capitalism do not receive things because they're part of a social group, such as a village, a family, or a project, but because they need to give something in return. Most only own the workforce, which they can then offer in the market in order to get the things required for survival. We can only supply ourselves via the market. Without money as barter, we are off poorly, which is why we go out and work and have others determine our free time. Sometimes even fight to be entitled to work, even though we don't want to work, or work in a different way. One question, but the market satisfies our needs. Today, for many people, the market is the only possibility to acquire the things required for the everyday life. But the market only satisfies demand if you have the purchasing power, which is why people die for insufficient medication and hunger, even though we do have enough to eat. The market does not produce things to satisfy needs, but to sell them. We can only indirectly satisfy needs. Barter requires lowest possible prices and highest quality. Producers highest possible prices. Quality is only important for sale. This results in a conflict, as you can see in the planned obsolescence, where things are built in a way so that they will break. This has got nothing to do with needs, but it does with sale and profit. The aim is to sell and not to satisfy needs. This exchange then results into profit, forced growth and competition. But gaining one is the loss of the other, which cannot be equaled with competition, which shall also then be indicted. We don't have any direct proof here, but an alternative proposal. We do have considerations to also have research of conflicting nature, sometimes that show that we can also enter into connection in a different way. Here we should also discuss the principle of the commons. The commons are freely available resources, are not freely available resources, but a certain way of handling things. Commons are a question of use of the social process, not a question of the good. A commons consists of three elements each time: a resource, the people producing it, and the rules that these people give to themselves in exchange. Commons do not produce any goods, but after needs, and they differ a lot. They produce drinking water, software, food, medicine, etc. Despite their differences, all commons follow one specific logic. They produce neither for money nor for profit, but exclusively to satisfy the needs of everyone involved. They don't follow the logic of the market or want to sell things and produce things. Commons are the basis of a different society. People act with reason. In society, they act by the structures of the society. If it makes sense to disrespect the environment, to make profit, people do so. Commons build up a different structure with different rules. The objective is not to prevail on the market and to survive in competition, but to satisfy the needs of those involved as well as possible. A commons-based society does not center on profit and money, but our desires, our hopes, and our needs. Thank you. So what has the defense got to say on that? The defense here thanks for this text as indictment 47 finds it enlightening, but in its core blurred. Because what is shown here or said here with reference to the commons is something that does not exclude free markets nor rules that contribute to a more efficient use of resources and a fairer allocation of the yields. Also, and especially in the commons, we could also decide that the resources available should be used in an optimum way, so oriented by efficiency criteria, and we could also then agree to have a respective allocation based on the needs of the people involved and their willingness to articulate their needs so that in case of that they are also willing to pay more for a product or to advocate it more and to articulate their needs more sharply than others. And by doing so, to make sure that the allocation is favoring the most needy, so that everything is given, or that the most is given to the most needy as part of this allocation in the commons. So therefore, we don't have any stringence to promote this text to an indictment status, but definitely the prosecution will provide us with further information as to how to read this text so that we will also have something that will also allow us to behave accordingly.
Yes, I think the defense. I think the defense use the term efficiency, and I want to say something about the term efficiency that is being used. When we speak about efficiency, we speak about goods that can be provided in a more efficient way, but the very same goods that would have been produced otherwise. But what the prosecution has shown is that the market system does not produce the same type of goods that we need in order to satisfy the needs of people. So it's not more efficient, it's just different type of things are being produced. As my colleagues mentioned, the things that drive what is being produced are not the needs, but the ability to pay. So there are two elements in the term efficiency that here I think are misleading. One is that what is being produced under the market system is different. Namely, instead of producing what is being needed, we produce what can be bought and sold in the market. And the second thing is that the market system does not distribute what is being produced in a fair way. So I think it's misleading to speak here about efficiency, because when we speak about efficiency, we ought to speak about the very same goods, the very same distribution, but more efficient. But if we produce different types of goods and we distribute them differently, we are not speaking about a more efficient system. We're speaking about a different system that promotes different goals, that produces different goods, and that distributes them very differently than the way we believe they should be distributed.
Danke. Bitte.
Ja.
Thank you. So in this case, we also agree. We do not assume that the emergence of a market as defined by the use of resources and an efficient system, will doubtless lead to a qualitative optimum of goods. The defense very clearly sees that a naive interpretation of the use of resources also produces goods which are questionable with reference to their social use. This is why the defense does not tire to claim that we cannot avoid the fact that a market economy cannot be freely left to the egoism of the individuals, but that we always need a socially and ecologically responsible market economy. This responsibility, as we have also seen over the past 6 days, is secured and based on law, producing a canon of basic rights, whether it includes the natural rights or not, establishing a legal order and instructing to its implementation, also then intervening accordingly. So if we then say that we indict the fact that socially incompatible goods are produced in a socially and ecologically unacceptable way, it is the question of a deficient legal system, a deficient implementation, execution, and here the defendant here should be the legal system and its implications. Thank you. What does the prosecution say? Well, Mr. Klein, you again shying back. This prosecution makes it very clear what are the consequences if we leave the satisfaction of needs to the market. In a classic example, unfortunately, it is a classic example that people starve or are not supplied with medication because the market will not pay for it, and there's lots of examples for that. So you now push the responsibility to that point because you say that politicians are supposed to solve this, and this seems to be of little consequence and like an excuse. Thank you. I do believe that the indicted, who is indicted here, is humanity as such. In the following, I can briefly quote from what should rather be ascribed to the prosecutors, and that is the right to laziness by Paul Lafargue. A Greek poet from the age of Cicero, Antipatos, sang a poem on the watermill as a liberator of the slaves and the victor of the Golden Age. Then the poem follows. Unfortunately, I cannot translate the poem. Lafargue then also says, well, the time of laziness, which the heathen poet has announced, has failed to come. The blind, mad, and murdering urge to work has turned the machine from an instrument of liberation into blah, blah, blah. So if we want to achieve progress through labor sharing societies, this is not due to barter or humanity as such, or as you say, privately organized companies, but also the people who want to work because people want it this way. And the prosecutor then also is free not to do it. In a market-based economy, we have this as a right to also take this and to say, well, I'd rather not, just like in every other society. This is the status quo that we, the people, have achieved. They want to again address a different type of people, and the defense can only say, well, that's what humans are like. They want to work, they want to barter. Thank you. Well, I would like to now ask for further details. I've not understood what you're saying. Where can you see this unwillingness to work? You hear indict a logic, but not the system of work. We can't see it because this idea of the commons has got to do with production, but based on different rules, as far as I can see it. Well, liberal and democratic societies and the standard production mode is a type of communization which in the political examples of the past show to what extent technological progress can best be achieved in market-based societies. And this process of modern development partly is painful. This is something that the defense does not deny. At the same time, this development can also be seen from competitive systems, such as the water mill here, from antiquity, is turned into a text from the 19th century, has led to simplification, and then also shows that people want to work and then enter into this force themselves. Thank you.
I think the main line of the defense cannot be sustained, because if I understand well the defense says the fault is not capitalism. The fault is the way capitalism is being implemented and develops and so on, and we can make amends and change capitalism in a way that will be conducive to human needs. But I fail to see the evidence for this, and let me explain a few words why. Capitalism is not a new system. It was developed in the 19th century in England and so on, and it has a long history. And there were periods in which it seems to have been going better, but now the whole world, the whole capitalist world, is becoming worse. There are no capitalist systems that are free of the global pressures. And it seems that if it was right that the whole problem was simply the way that capitalism is being implemented, you would have seen some diversions. Some states doing better, some states are doing worse, and so on. But it seems to me, or it seems, I think, to the prosecution, that the whole capitalist system is getting worse and worse. So that it's true that the United States has greater inegalitarian system than other European states, but the European states, since I would think the 80s, are getting worse and worse. And there are people who try to analyze that this is a general features of capitalism rather than features of one capitalist system versus others. I don't deny that there are differences in the different capitalist systems, but I see that Dr. Klein is smiling, but I think that the whole capitalist system is getting worse and worse in the last 30 or 40 years. So that suggests that there is something in the capitalist system itself rather than in the way it is being implemented.
Die Verteidigung bitte.
Dazu können
Defense, please. The defense, of course, is happy to provide its position on it, but would rather do so as part of an indictment, really focusing on that. And this is what we're just discussing right now, whether this generalized barter is the basis of all evil. And I hear, as part of this evidence, confronted with the idea of the commons, which in turn establishes rules for an optimum and efficient use of resources as well as allocation of proceeds, as they are regulated in liberal democracies. And here we first focus on it. You have said there are smarter and less smart, more successful and less successful implementations of these regulations on the use of resources and the allocation of yield, which is why I believe that these elements are basically also not to be regulated according to our ideas of justice unless we are faced with totalitarian systems counteracting these principles. But there again, historic attempts have shown that this rather offers, again, poorer allocation services. Apart from the complaint that the market can fail, our argument of the defense remains that those who are responsible for this, and Mr. Söderkamp was not referring to politicians, but rather the principles of the rule of law, addressing what this might all be about, that this form of indictment again points to a situation where we say, well, how can we do it? And here, if you accept that counteracting free liberal markets can only succeed as defined by human rights, natural rights, and a more desirable allocation, if we focus on what is political, the primacy of, if you accept the primacy of politics, and also request you to produce smarter policies and laws without polemizing into a more or less state, but we, in settling our social coexistence, as we do in the commons as well, we require smarter rules, and we're looking forward to them. So, the prosecution?
Two reasons why I think the problem is not the way it is being implemented, but rather the capitalist system as such. One reason, Dr. Klein just mentioned the primacy of politics and the way politics can change things. I've become very skeptical about this for various reasons. One reason is that the economic power is being translated in our world to political power. And this is a tragedy. I think this is one of the main tragedies of our generation, that the economic power should have been very separate, should ideally be very separate from political power. But I think that in all polities that I know, economic power is being translated, used, and abused in order to promote a political agenda. This is one reason why I like the English statement of the Communist Party, which is now non-existent, but a very old one, namely, if election matters, there wouldn't be election. And I tend to believe this. I tend to believe elections now don't matter. They are a competitions between elites, all of which serve the current order and have to serve it in order to survive in politics. The second point, the second reason I think that the problem is in the market itself, market system and the capitalist system, rather than in the way it is being implemented, is simply because what happens in a global world is that you cannot implement the capitalist system in a more humane way without being outset or without being forced out of the market. Because of the global competition, the only way for you to survive is a race to the bottom. And for these reasons, I think the problem in a global world is not a matter of implementation, it's a matter of the system itself.
Okay. Dann in diesem Zusammenhang möchte ich mal fragen, inwieweit...
So in this context, I would like to ask to what extent the prosecution shall be preserved based on these discourses or not, so that you can get more specific again. Well, we will preserve this indictment. Well, I just want to utter one big concern. If we say that if elections had a purpose, then we wouldn't have elections. That's a very catastrophic totalitarian statement. And I must say that you cannot accept it as such. I want to say for myself that I won't have anyone telling me what my needs are, especially since Michel Foucault says that man is an animal of experience, and only experience make you find out what are your needs and your desires, and what games you can play with contemporaries, human and others, which in turn translates into new needs and choice, etc. And I don't want to have these needs imposed by anyone who doesn't understand at all, maybe. So maybe could the prosecution say something, because you were accused of totalitarianism, which you don't want to accept?
But just a short comment. I didn't mean that we should get rid of elections. I meant we should make election meaningful. Okay. And now they're not meaningful.
Ja, okay. Ja, dann danke ich. Gut, dann können wir diesen Fall abschließen. Gibt es noch...
So, you will put this case into the next stage of the tribunal. Then we continue with 66, economization of the social. Accused is the welfare state and the subsequent organizations, associations of welfare and private economic entities in the social area. The introduction of new public management notions, new steering model in the system of social security led to economization of social work. By having the objective of saving costs, the communities as the public entities of social security created so-called markets where various free entities, companies are in mutual competition. The introduction of economic logics of act of community level led to adaptation of these logical notions like quality management, budgetary systematization, controlling, output orientation. With this, the social pedagogical sector is now being structured according to economic and private economy factors. The pedagogical objectives of participation and emancipation are endangered. So, as a rule, those entities of the communes win the offer who offer the cheapest service for the social service, and not those who are in favor of emancipation or participation of those that are marginalized. And there are no evidence that have been produced. First of all, we want to say that there are some inaccuracies regarding the case. In the text, we believe that it is about the accusation of the development of society and its dynamic. So it is being tried that other principles are imposed on this field of social services provided for marginalized people. Participation and emancipation should be included, but if it is not successful, then it is maybe painful, and the defense would also admit that problems exist and that life in a modern society also brings it with it that people are faced with dramatic situations. But how is the holistic situation? And here we would like to point out that dynamics in society is not excluding persons in society, but here it should be worked on, that especially in the individual area and also in the psychological area, that potential should be realized and should be then later on be marketable. Could you be more precise in this case as regards the text?
I would mention two aspects that were not fully clarified given the brevity of the time. One point is that once social services are being privatized, they are being distanced from the direct control of the people, and they become, I would say, the property of those who operate these systems. And therefore, our ability to control what is being done, what is not being done, as a polity, as a society, is being weakened dramatically. So the privatization of social services basically allows private forces to introduce their own private aims, their own private perception, their own sectarian perception into the way the social services operate, and therefore undermines the ability to do it as a polity. And it actually grants the people who operate the system greater powers over the way it is being done, the goals that are being promoted, and so on and so on. So I'm very concerned about the fact that we, as people, do not have control over the goals of the social system, because the goals of the social system are being more and more determined by the operation of the people who run it rather than by the polity as a whole.
Wenn ich Sie richtig interpretiere, sind Sie dafür, diesen Fall weiter.
So you are in favor of keeping this case within the tribunal, yeah, to do the follow-up? Yes, on behalf of the defense, we would like to state, and where would be the source of the dynamic that is here accused, where it is coming from? Now, to have a welfare state means to have social responsibility of the state for those persons or people who are not in a position to be self-responsible for securing existence of their life and their family. And this is a good thing. This is obvious. So we are here on the same side. But there are two things we are confronted with. One, the proper use of public funds. There are people that have paid taxes, and they have the right that those who then manage those taxes that should do this in a diligent manner. So those that manage the taxes or that use the taxes, that they are responsible, that those funds are used or utilized in the best possible manner. We have this notion of fairness or justice that when I give my contribution, especially in democracies, so when I give my contribution, that this contribution shouldn't be managed or taken away at will. So, according to no taxation without representation. This is existing in free democratic societies. Now, within the framework of the welfare state that I mentioned in the prosecution, in the indictment, we have a dynamic that, and this is very good, is putting value on the fact that the used resources, the tax funds, are used the most efficient way. And for this, the market would offer corresponding principles. We have said before that the results of a pure efficient-oriented thinking would not necessarily bring to a wishful result, and that here we have to counteract. An example, I mean politically, and an example is you named, namely that in the tender procedure, for instance, always the cheapest offer should be selected. Why? Because this is legally stipulated. If we then see the public tender standard of European Union, so in accordance with EU law, according to the law, the cheapest offer has to be considered and has to be selected. This law could be changed, and in this law there could also be other criteria being incorporated. But this is not the case at the moment, and we are confronted with the fact that this legal stipulation regarding offers are deficient and is not reflecting what we would imagine as a society. And so that is why the lawmakers should improve it. So it would be good to also implement the incorporation of other quality criteria into this case. Would that be possible on behalf of the prosecution?
In favor of the suggestion made by Dr. Klein, namely, I think it will greatly improve if other criteria are being introduced. Still, I don't think it would solve the problem, and the reason I don't think it would solve the problem is because there is an ethos of doing things privately which is different than doing things publicly. And there is a kind of, there are ways of doing things privately that are almost inevitably tied up with the interest of certain sector, while public officials, as Weber has described them, work for the public good as such. Now, I know it sounds a little bit idealistic, and I know in many cases that's not the case, but at least it's an ideal that we ought to impose on public officials. We cannot impose those on private producers, because private producers necessarily work for their own sectarian purposes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called private. So I think that the gap that exists between the way that things are being provided publicly and privately is something that cannot be bridged. Nevertheless, as a temporary measure, I'm willing to accept Dr. Klein's suggestion till we actually arrive to a system which, in my view, is superior, namely one in which the services are provided publicly.
Bitte, eine kurze Rückmeldung.
Ja, ich möchte an der Stelle, Professor.
And I would like to absolutely subscribe to Professor Harel's opinion. As we thought, we can only evaluate utopias after we've tried it out. All right, so we would be finished with case 66. So we would continue to the number 68. Number 68. New system. Accused is the capitalism. I accuse capitalism because he is offering a system degrading humanity where single people are harming a lot of other people to a great degree without being actually condemned to it. Based on profits, capitalism only leaves losers on the battlefield. Because of increasing growth and depleting resources, there are more and more people on the losers' side. Go to defense, please. Comment and reply. Now, regarding number 68, capitalism is accused per se. This is subject of the Capitalism Tribunal, but then this quality level of the prosecution decreases rapidly. There are ideas and notions that are not reasoned. So we have a non-systematic array of sentences, and we have the basic principle of human and other life is questioned, namely that there would be winners and losers. The question is, to what degree the dynamic of a society that at the end of the day will always be based on competition criteria. Let's, for instance, when we see creation in animal life. So we have like a utopian equality of a zero line that would actually mean non-existence. So in accordance with my colleagues, I'd like to ask for this case to be dropped. It is suicidal subcomplex, this prosecution. How would the prosecution continue with this case?
That capitalism almost inevitably puts as its main goal the increase of the cake, increasing the product, and so on and so on. And that the goals are being forced upon people. And I think this is, I agree the accusation is framed in a somewhat general way, but I think it could be specified in greater detail as basically imposing one goal that overrides everything. And that's the inevitable logic of capitalism.
Das heißt, Sie würden...
This means that you would then uphold case 68 in its form. Well, we, or I, now the text of the case, here we have the basis of the Capitalism Tribunal, the evidence are interesting, but that the losers, well, sort of are left over. We have seen also in other cases. Increasing growth and reduction of resources will also always produce more and more losers. This can also be seen in other prosecutions. That is why we could substitute it. And this means that yes, we can drop it because it's already in other cases in terms of the content. Then we come to number 69. Violation of the basic right of equal treatment, Article 1 of the German Constitution, also termed as Grundgesetz. Violation of the basic principle of equal treatment, Article 1 of the Grundgesetz. Freedom of the human being. Accused are capitalism, lawmaker, legal standard. In writing, recognition of tax information, pension information, Hartz IV, writing to prove income, because in Germany 10 million people have less than 785 euros per month, whereas 4.4 million people receive Hartz IV. So we have 5.5 million people full payers. In public transport, the cheapest 10 o'clock card percentually is increased the most. This is a contribution in public transport violating Article 1 of the Grundgesetz, increasing fixed costs of low-income earners. But at the same time, they have to pay full amounts in libraries. They pay, and this will be now continued, on legal sick insurance, increase of Hartz IV. Now there are some problems regarding the semantic. So they have to pay for swimming pool, for the library, the audiovisual contribution for TV and radio. They have no entitlement regarding participation of community kitchen, no entitlement for clothing and support, no entitlement for money for energy, resources like coal, and for €3 cards for cultural institutions. Now, payment, the tax for audio-visual is 17 euros, sick insurance like Hartz IV, and library like Hartz IV. Thank you. Would the defense like to comment? Yes, very briefly. The text in case 69, contrary to a lot of other texts that were submitted, has a lot of details, and this is very good. It's very clearly illustrated the difference between a Hartz IV receiver, someone who is subject to the regulatory system of the welfare state, and a person earning very low income who is not in this system. And I think this is a matter of clash of justice perception. So the question is, how can a welfare state be shaped? How should it be shaped that there wouldn't be any, well, itchings and scratchings, to put it colloquially, between those who work, albeit for not a lot of money, and those who do not work. So consequently, this text should be made part of material to those lot of cases as regards the Hartz IV system, as a text that would also give some information to the Hartz IV cases. Would this be an option? I'm not sure whether this is a contrastive approach. As far as I know, also Hartz IV receivers have to pay normal tickets at normal price. For the others, I think there are some rules. I would actually also accept the suggestion to collect the material. Then please proceed in this way. Next case, number 83. Please read it out. 83. The current law regarding ownership, property, and competition promotes externalization of costs as regards common resources. Accused is the current law regarding ownership and competition. We would like to remember German Bundestag and European Parliament that the obligation regarding private property as regards common good is an information to the lawmaker to also anchor this obligation as social and nature obligation should also be made part as a law and in EU, acquis communautaire and citizen law. Sustainability demands that general nature and social basic principles of life should also be available for future generations. According to the principle of he who causes something and he who uses something should also see to it that it will be made sustainable by means of regeneration, cogeneration, and so on. So costs of operation shouldn't be transferred to the next, for instance, generation, externalized. But the ownership goes to the contrary, because the ownership may do as he or she likes with the things or the goods he or she owns. So also unprotected general goods, like general goods, commons, and common resources can be used. One can protect common goods only by limiting access, or emission prohibitions, or emission limitations, thresholds, conservation obligation. The protection of natural life resources according to Article 28 of the Grundgesetz and social obligation of ownership do not constitute subjective law, needs to be legally governed, and so objective of the state is sustainability, actually, especially in the case that ownership law will be limited for the better common good of sustainability, obligation of ownership. For instance, the owner can use general, natural, and social basic basis of life as common resources, but regenerable common resources like ecosystems, diversity, should be treated in a good way and should see to it that it can be regenerated. But worn out, not regenerable common resources like atmosphere, raw materials and resources should be substituted with new ones. Social and cultural common resources like work, health, and education should be protected from exploitation, endangerment, marginalization. Article 2, externalization of costs to common resources should be ended and should also eliminate the process of limitless capital accumulation. So, sustainability obligation would also eliminate a source of income inequality. And so competition could be made sustainable. If the obligation to sustainability regarding ownership wouldn't exist or wouldn't be followed strictly, companies would save costs by means of externalizations, and its products can be offered in a cheaper way and more attractive way. This would mean advantage on the market, which is a market performance, but is actually devouring common goods. This is unfair competition, actually, because it forces competitors also to externalize cost. That is why obligation to sustainability regarding ownership should be added with the prohibition to treat externalization like a market service. Paragraph 4 of the law against unfair competition, UWG, should also be in. We have the input. Illegal act is who, arousing the impression to lower price and special quality of a product should be based on the market service of party offering it. Companies could, in accordance with paragraph 8 UWG, could be sued by competitors, associations, and chambers, sued before the jurisdictional court, and in order to defend themselves, they should prove that they have actually really internalized the cost. If they're not able to do this, then Article 10, it has been suggested how the next steps would be like. So the EU should also add the blacklist on directive and so on and so forth on unfair competition in the common market, add it with the point of externalization. I don't know what kind of a law it is. Yeah, it is unfair competition. We're talking about this. So those laws should be supplemented, and also companies should. So this now, gentlemen, is very, very shortening it. So companies and also the civil society is better suited to monitor those companies than authorities, because the first one can evaluate cost, and the other, the civil society, damages that were arisen. So they also create a network that, and we can see that legal security will also be seen by WTO, that the prohibition of externalization of the competition will be sustainable and make sense. And as evidence, we have Gerhard Scherhorn from the internet webpage wupperins.org. The case is based on an impulse presentation of Gerhard Scherhorn in the workshop of the Progress Forum on the topic of sustainability criteria in national competition law and EU law in accordance with WTO standards on the 13th of September 2012. Thank you very much.
I would now like to ask for the position of the defense on these supplements. The defense, again, assures all prosecutors of their respect. In this case, we cannot rejoice in this position and an expression. We rejoice in great respect and also joy, and therefore we also support this indictment in some counts. Prosecution.
Let me add just let me add just one point. I would go farther than my colleague in the sense that I think that the concept of ownership should be gotten rid of and replaced with a limited use rights, because the concept of ownership traditionally was very global, was very swift, was very broad, as it appears in Blackstone, and I'm sure that there are equivalent German sources. The concept of ownership had very kind of, I would say, mystical powers, almost religious powers to exclude others. And I think that it included too many powers, and I think we ought to to make it more fragmented, that people will have a right to use it for this purpose, for this, in these ways, and so on and so on. And I think to some extent this will mitigate the external negative externalities that my colleague was referring to.
Damit die Harmonie hier nicht zu lähmend wird, kann ich mich doch aufraffen.
To make sure that harmony here will not get too paralyzing, I would like to say something. The idea that all titles of ownership and property are now limited to a right of use is a very good idea for the existence as a monk, according to John McGuncum, but not every man is born a monk and only needs to wear their clothes until they just fall off the body. So a certain responsibility for goods which can then even be improved because you are responsible and you can add added value to ensure them alone or with others or even sell them, is part of human nature. And there's lots of sociological studies saying that unless people feel personally responsible for a good, they will just let it fall into decay. Famous studies on graffitis or also broken glass windows are all the more frequently found if no one feels responsible for a housing estate or a city quarter. So we would decide to have a type of man who would selflessly just offer right of use without being personally involved. But unfortunately, that is not reality. Thank you for this discussion. Maybe we can then continue it during the panel discussion because it has no relevance for case 0083. No, it does. If you're talking about property order, the bankers, the benches in the open space are also part of the public order. They are in the hand of one single owner, and that is the city, who is then responsible and neglects them. If you had user rights in them, the people using them would look after them if we had a legal basis, because that is the idea. So the neglect of these things stems from the fact that we do have a property right, but the people who are not proprietors do not take care. This is what I've just confirmed. No. Okay. Well, so I would like to apologize because maybe I didn't listen carefully enough. The defense would now like to submit the motion to pass on to the lunch break, if this is possible. Yes, I would also suggest this much.
Ja. Gut, dann würde ich vorschlagen, dass wir uns eine Pause gönnen.
So now I suggest to have a break. We have a lunch break. It is now 20 minutes past 2, and we will resume shortly before 3 o'clock or 3. Just one short remark. Considering the discussion on the quality of life, I think the lunch break is a very serious matter, and I would like to underline this seriousness. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
wir kriegen das Licht.
Kommt der? Wissen Sie? Ja, ja. Weil sonst müsste ich einen kleinen Moment rüberholen.
Jetzt kommt 099. Sollen wir ohne ihn beginnen? Sollen wir warten?
Ja, den dann beginnen.
Ja, herzlich willkommen zurück nach der Mittagspause. Ich möchte
So very cordial welcome back after lunch break. I would now like to continue with the next case we will discuss, and that is 0099. I will read it out straight away, but I have one more motion, and that is that the last indictment should be dealt with after 156. Is there any reason for that? The person bringing the indictment is here, and it also fits in with the topic, which is why I would like to have it today. So 156 after 380. So indictment number 99, defendant Heiko Maas, by introducing the rent break, protects the fatal ownership right of Maas landlords. However, economic expulsions continue, and Maas also acts against the state based on the law, such as dismissal of Harold Ganges, in order to impress the simple people, not for ethical considerations. He must go to court. Evidence, hundreds of thousands of expulsions from flat for economic reasons, as well as the respective minutes with the prosecution regarding the Harald Ranges case. I ask the defense for their statement. Thank you. The defense recognizes that at least one legal subject is here put in before the court. That is a natural person. Heiko Maas, as far as I know, is the Minister of Justice of the Republic of Germany. The introduction of the rent break, however, as far as I know, was not initiated by the Federal Ministry for Justice, but communal or municipal or lender-based legislation. It is also claimed here that the fatal property right, and I would like to say that the right to property is part of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948. Furthermore, a legal notion is invented, economic expulsion. This would have to be specified, and reference is made to the former federal attorney Harald Range in connection with Minister of Justice Heiko Maas. And then a classification is carried out to impress the simple people, referred back to the title, Populism, and the defense states that there might be problems with populistic tendencies in the society as such. Yet another phenomenon produced by democratic societies. And of course, every person is free to take influence through, or to exert influence through elections. So all in all, this must be regarded as something that needs to be dropped. What does the prosecution say?
That's interesting, but the rest I don't want to make it on this man in high
so
mask, but maybe we should start on this ranting.
Wir teilen die Auffassung.
We share the view, and we also think that High Mass is not responsible for introducing the rent brake. But for me, it is rather questionable to what extent the dismissal of Harald Range is the subject matter of a tribunal on capitalism, which is why I would like to drop this. What is interesting here is, as Mr. Lenz has already pointed out, the notion of economic eviction of tenants from their flats, as well as fatal property right, which through a rent brake is only mitigated a little. So this means that we take the view that this is not an indictment of populism, because he's not responsible. Everything from this indictment except for para 3 is dropped. What is interesting here at this Capitalism Tribunal is that in the case of war, it is impossible to expel the civil population from their home. In the economic reality, however, in which we need to live, there is no right. There's no right not to be evicted for economic reasons. Of course, there are tenant protection agencies, etc., but the basic assumption that the property right allows people to stay in their homes throughout their lives without being able to dispose of their homes is something very essential in the current economic system, which is why I would like to stick with this indictment. You confuse me. This just sounded like a plea for saving societies. A plea for saving societies. Also the use of the possessive pronouns with respect to their flat, legally speaking, cannot be specified as such. We must say in the flats rented by them. So with reference to the property right, as we saw earlier, we do have a reference there. But this entire text, which is submitted as Indictment 99, if this is reduced to one single sentence, I would request that this is summarized in the indictments on property law. So I would like to ask Mr. Klein, as representative of the defense, why it is legal that people can be chased from their flats for economic reasons. Of course, this would be possible if it were right that millions of people were evicted from their flats because they cannot pay the rent anymore and the rent goes up. But this is proof that you still owe to me, and I doubt these figures. Well, I would rather say that, again, this is a contradiction, because the claim to general property or personal property is a property right, and we should rather concentrate on the use of a commodity, and renting a flat is such a right of use. As you can see, it brings about problems. So if we appreciate the right to property, we could plead that we inspire people to become earners so that they can no longer be exposed to a tax if they end up in economic trouble or lose their jobs. So they can no longer be excluded from usage of their property. Here, we don't have a contradiction here because people do have this right to use, but still we also have the ownership right. And the ownership right allows landlords under the current law to raise rent, and by doing so, no longer giving these people the chance to have a decent life because of the high rent. They are evicted not because of the right of use, but the right of ownership, which the landlord has in those people's flats. But if they were the owners, they could not be evicted. Yes. So, formation of ownership as an objective for social activities.
Is not shouldn't be regarded as a kind of category that is closed and cannot be re-examined. I don't mind recognizing the right of ownership, but the question is what implication it has. And I think the right of ownership is composed of very, very different rights. And I think we ought to look at each one of these rights, a cluster of rights, yeah, as I say in the US. It's a kind of cluster of rights. And we ought to examine each one of these rights rather than take them intact and say, oh, it's ownership, so it's holy. I'm willing to grant you the holiness of ownership as long as we know what it consists of and we can question each one of the parts of it, constituents, elements of it. And I'm not sure that to say that a person owns an apartment implies the right to kick out a tenant under circumstances that would make it impossible for the tenant to find an alternative and so on and so on.
Herr Klein, bitte.
Ja, also ich würde noch mal den Antrag der Verteidigung.
Well, I would like to once more reinforce the motion brought by the defense that this is a dimension of ownership right, and therefore must also then subject other suits on ownership rights. And then, of course, we also have the question of interpunction. That is, in this case, a flat, a house, an apartment first needs to be built. This requires work, capital, values that are created. I think in this room we agree that if someone works, creates values, that he's also entitled to these values. Over the past 6 days, we kept hearing that working people should also be the beneficiaries of these values. And here we have a mechanism which first should create production and creation so that flats are built in the first place. Everything else should be settled by a law, starting with the basic legal requirement for property, anchored in the various legal rules in order to cushion off social hardships, that an arbitrary disposition on that ownership is completely ruled out. So that here, especially in tenancy law, We already have a model legal situation where social hardships are avoided. Therefore, I would like to refer back to the figure that you have uttered, and without any further details or proof. This is a very successful rule for social responsibility for property, and therefore I consider especially this matter, tenancy law, and the obligation of ownership as a basis, definitely is not the one area we can really debate whether the guarantee of ownership must be seen as so desirable and meaningful. In this respect, I would be very happy if you could agree that this is dropped in this form and that this is then summed up with the other suits that then can also, of course, handle ownership rights. Can you imagine this, or do you want to still keep up the indictment? I would still like to include it for a reason I wanted to give you later on. First, I would like to respond to what Dr. Klein has said with his claim that ownership builds houses. This, of course, is complete nonsense. Since when has ownership built houses? Usually lots of people don't own the houses that are being built. And if they do, then they say, well, yes, costs also need to pay off. And if we then take this entrepreneurial risk, we must also make sure that you get the profit. If you look out of the window or from the balcony, usually you can see houses that were built more than 100 years ago by many people. No owner and no client who had these houses built is still alive. So therefore, this also shows that if you do something, you should also have a right to it, and it's completely unrealistic because these people probably died 100 years ago, and this ownership right then has been translated into inheritance. The people now living in these houses. Mr. Klein, you're shaking your heads. I'm listening to you. So your argument that these houses have long been paid off, the costs that were involved have long been paid. Now people live in there for owners who have mainly inherited the houses, or also, as is mentioned here, and this is also one reason why I would like to keep it, mass landlords, and mass landlords for me are large companies who have no entrepreneurial risk at all, but just buy houses and then sell them off at a profit soon later, and push people out from their flats, replace tenants to maximize profits, etc. This is yet another example that this right of ownership, which is defended so much here, as well as inheritance, do not serve the purpose of satisfying needs, but only to create profits for owners.
But many of the people who invest now in housing are people who invest in housing with the expectation that the prices will go up. So they invest little and they get much more. And I absolutely know this from Berlin, where many people who don't live in Germany but expect Berlin to become a very hot spot for apartments. They're buying apartments. They're raising the prices of apartments up. They get something they never invested in because they invested in little in a city that was very cheap. And now they're getting much, much more than they invested. And as a result, and this fact itself, they don't live in the city. This fact in itself make the prices go up because so many people expect the prices to go up. And this actually excludes people who live in the city, who have lived in the city all their lives, from their ability to continue and stay there.
Bitte sehr, die Verteidigung.
Vielleicht sollten wir noch.
So this maybe should once again now hear what is being said on building. Can you maybe just agree that we drop this under the table? No. Then, Mr. Sordenkamp, I am vexed because without any know-how about the matter itself on real estate, the building and maintenance, you just say something. Even in tax law, you need to write off real estate completely. So within 20 years, a building once built has reduced its value to nothing, unless you keep investing into continuous maintenance. The legislator would definitely, in fiscal matters, not choose such a solution if this assumption of depreciation within just 20 years were not real, as in the end the state that raises taxes would find it much more interesting if values were preserved and did not offer investors the possibility to make further investments and write them off over short periods. So this setting simply reflects that the idea that a building is built and then it is paid off and this belongs to you and nothing needs to be paid anymore is more than naive and must be refuted as an argument without any specialist know-how. Now, the second aspect addressed, that is speculation, and that really is a subject matter for an indictment and further arguments as part of this indictment 99, but it is not. So we still have further indictments where this will again be brought on the table, and where we already have submitted indictments, and the question about the social responsibility of ownership is something that is an aspect of possible speculation that can be very well addressed. I suggest that we do not, since we don't come to a consensus here within the near future, we will then promote it to the next level where we can keep on discussing it, because my impression is that we're not making any progress here at the moment. Yes, but I don't want to give the impression that after 20 years you don't get any profit from buildings anymore. No, this is not the impression. We're just talking about write-offs. So we proceed to the next case. Case number 0121. Can you please read it? Case number 121, ISDS, the wolf in the legal sheepskin. Indicted is
Die Anklageschrift.
So we accuse the intransparent, undemocratic economic interests and the practice of so-called ISDS, or also known as arbitration courts. According to the logics of neoliberal capitalism, democracy, social equality and justice, protection of citizens, consumers and nature is put to disposition. Foreign investors are able to use this mechanism and they have the option to litigate states, governments, to litigate them at courts of arbitration under the exclusion of the public, and then after litigation would lead to extremely high payments of compensations. And also we accuse private courts of arbitration as a continuation of colonial concession contracts. Now, the public interest or the limelight courts of arbitration are now under. It's quite new, but it already started in the 50s with the signing of first bilateral trade agreements. Germany and other Western industries demanded legal protection of their national industries with investments in developing countries where the legal system had only been developed at a rudimentary basis. The countries of the Global South had to accept those special clauses in order to be also the location of liberalization of the world market. This way, the power, which is on the scope in hegemonial degrees, was safeguarded after the breaking down of colonialism. The Federal Republic of Germany has signed 139 investment protection contracts or agreements. And successively, since the mid-1990s, the amount of litigation by means of court of arbitration has increased, exploded actually. Today, courts of arbitration are a fixed mechanism in more than 3,000 investment contracts, and are also the Court of Arbitration jurisdiction as regards bilateral trade agreements. Investors have a high degree of protection, regard also the law of fair and just treatment, and full compensations as regards direct or indirect dispossessions. What is to be regarded as fair treatment and what would mean to be dispossessed is a matter of interpretation, as well as the term investment. So litigation as regards dispossessing someone doesn't necessarily refer to physical property or real estate, but could also be transferred or could also encompass future profits. So an obstacle to investments is everything that would actually depreciate profit expectations. Also measures regarding environmental work or consumer protection. The Tobacco Corporation Philip Morris litigated against Australia with regard to very stringent stipulations on advertising of tobacco, meant it to be infringement of the right to intellectual property. And we have a quite similar case between Vattenfall and the plant in Hamburg-Moorbach and Germany. So we accuse the deconstruction of democratic lawmaking and favoring of economic interests. End of 2014, the Conference of United States for Trade and Development, UNCTAD, had more than 600 litigations before arbitration courts. 39% of the verdicts were done in favor of the plaintiff, 30% of the defendant, 30% for the plaintiff, 28% were settled. Regarding those settlements and consensuses, this remains to be seen whether it's really a consensus, because out of the investor's perspective, this is a clear win, because it means that the investor would get compensation or advantages. For instance, to the abolishment of regulatory measurements that endanger investment or the payment of extremely high amounts. For instance, a settlement would be between Spanish crude oil corporation Repsol and Argentina, a payment of $5 billion by terms of extension of state bonds. Positive conclusion for those states can only be the case if the litigation will not succeed. every case would cost about $8 million that have to be financed out of the public funds of taxes. States and citizens cannot invoke such legal means, meaning to litigate against investors. So in case environmental or occupational health and safety regulation is infringed, private citizens, individuals have to go to court in the respective state. With the currently negotiations on MEGA agreements like TTIP, Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, TTP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, and CETA, Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, should the multilateral character of global trade policy will be dealt a lethal blow, and the ISDS, or Code of Arbitration Mechanism, should be extended to 80% of the worldwide investment flows. Economic regions will succumb to the dictatorship of investors. So what remains of the state? A federation of politically sovereign and democratically organized people will just be a system of national competition states that will need to find the best possible investment conditions and will not be itself responsible to social justice and democratic legitimacy. And this is also a further source is the Seattle to Brussels network. As links, we have URLs as can be read. In the case, thank you. Yes, would the defense like to comment? Thank you very much. We extend deepest recognition to all plaintiffs. Now, here we have the ISDS being accused. Basically, we have to say that also this institution of ISDS, of arbitration courts, which are not private, but are a good combination of the PPP, the private-public partnership, they are also subject to national or international lawmaking. So the objective of the accusation should actually be the authority of the corresponding state or state federation or union, because only this, for instance, union should be meant because the union would be, for instance, responsible for the installment of such courts. But we believe that prosecution will modify or would drop this prosecution. Thank you. Prosecution, please.
There is one additional point that I wanted to address here in response to the defense claim, and that is that very often entering into these agreements is not a byproduct of popular will on the part of the corresponding state, but it's a way of some elites in these states that are interested, that have self-interest in these agreements, to get into these agreements and therefore to bind the states. Since those things goes beneath the ground, they're not really publicly debated. There are certain groups within the state that are interested in these agreements and in being subjected to these tribunals and so on and so on. And they are the ones that push the state into these agreements and therefore bind both current generations and future generations to agreements that they have not been really part of. So I think it's very important that to the extent that we recognize the jurisdiction of these arbitration panels and so on and so on, it is very important that there will be highly visible, debated, and really being in control of the people and the citizens of the different states.
Danke sehr. Bitte von der Verteidigung, Herr Klein.
Ja, die Verteidigung würdigt natürlich diesen
Yes, so the defense is recognizing this text in its full length, but would like to have a settlement of the point in which direction this prosecution would be or should be processed in case it wants to. Now, we've had yesterday the neoliberal constitutionalism. This means that this is an accusation that the economy is creating its own institutions, and this in accordance with a certain economic theory. So in this case, one should also see how the situation would be with agreements with Basel, like Basel 1, 2, or 3, regarding regulations in the banking sector, where the economic stakeholders agreed to strengthening the legal situation. So we have also point number 2, namely, to what extent the prosecution or this case should then be addressed to the corresponding national state in case the national states do not live up to its expectations regarding their responsibility for securing a legal framework within also trade relations can be depicted. And point number 3, regarding what Mr. Rell said, the question of the corrupt elites or elites, which we do not attribute to the Western nations. So how could we address it within the framework of the Capitalism Tribunal without being made subject to try to promote neocolonialism, because we intervene in the autonomy of the various states and say, well, this is very bad what you do. So this could be done in the sense of a moral appeal. But what would be the basis of this appeal? What else than the own cultural value assertion? So it would be based on own cultural values. We would then hold a judgment on governments of the global south. And the question whether we would really like to do this. Thank you. Prosecution, please.
I want to refer to the last point raised by Dr. Klein. I agree that there is a problem with the risk of neocolonialism, although I think Germany doesn't suffer from this complex, or less suffers from it than Britain or France or other colonialist powers. At the same time, I think that the protection given to corrupt elites, and this is not only in the third world, actually. I don't refer only to the third world. I mean, Dr. Klein assumed that I refer only to the third world, but that's not the case. I think that the protection and the recognition that we give to corrupt leaders in the third world is totally unjustified and is based on the interest in profit. Namely, when you have a corrupt leader that exploit the people of their polity, of the resources and of everything, and uses it for her or typically his own profit, we shouldn't recognize this leader as representative of the country. This is about the third world, even though I agree that it smacks of neocolonialism, but it's totally justified. And with respect to the first world, or Europe and the US, there is a serious problem with elites that use their powers in these countries, lobbies that use their powers in these countries. And these agreements are not really something the public really understand what's going on there. It's not something that is really on the agenda in elections. So, and these, I remember that those bind not only the current generation, they bind future generations. And I think there ought to be major structural changes in the states before these, the jurisdiction of these tribunals be recognized. And the one sentence in Dr. Klein's statement that I strongly disagree with is that, I think it was you, that economy creating its own institution. Economy doesn't create anything. It's human beings that create it. Now, I don't think there is any economic, oh, it was you. So I don't think, I think we have to think about these things as our creation rather than creations that are beyond us.
Ich möchte auch auf einer Metaebene noch mal darauf hin.
Well, on a meta level, I think that this case is very contradictory because it contestates a very extreme disparity between two partners, state institutions and companies, who can be seen as an abusive relationship. So on the one hand, we have the problem that we have an investor to be attracted, also with not clean means, and as soon as the investor is pointing to certain conditions, because there is an attractive project and then we encounter barriers, then the state authorities, instances, are irritated that the investor would claim things. So we have state authorities, bodies, and also private corporations, and they fight one another. And when we have a war of the roses, one to say, then you cannot accuse one party. You actually would need a mediator or a therapeutic to split those two in half. And maybe the tribunal is not the perfect location or institution for it. Would the prosecution like to comment on that? Well, we can see that the economy, I mean, what you just meant is, or described, is that it is fine that companies would gain or take influence on democratic decision processes, and that they can demand it, and that some would then environmental stipulations or conditions wouldn't be met, wouldn't be implemented. Following this reasoning, we could say, okay, this corporation then would also make a lot of profits, so the government, or we from the government, so to speak, we shouldn't act, and conditions regarding the environment and labor law cannot be improved because then we would be made subject to risks and so on, and consequences. So what you describe is a clear regress of democratic structure to the benefit of private profit maximization. I'm sorry. Very briefly, can I have the microphone? We would also like to comment that the Capitalism Tribunal is neither obliged to corporations nor to governments. Consequently, we do not see ourselves as a mediator between those two parties, but the Capitalism Tribunal seeks to find legal foundation for the benefit of all people. And so this comment on the defense will be rejected. Please wait until you have the word. The defense understood it very clearly and would like to focus on the case, if you allow us to do. Well, the named agreements or contracts are interesting and also subject to public interest. It would also be, in the sense of the defense, to proceed with it, given the form we have to see, but according to our time management, we could also accept that this case will remain in our process So I think the topic could be part of the Capitalism Tribunal, and that's why we should progress to the next case, and prosecution should decide what to do with this case. So the practice of private arbitration court, should it remain part of the accusation? Yes. Right, then we come to the next case.
Nummer 0156 156.
Number 156.
Bei Fall Nummer 0156. Jetzt kommt, Titel ist Missbrauch von Schiedsgerichten in Freihandelsabkommen durch Konzerne. Angeklagt sind
Misuse of arbitration courts in free trade agreements by corporations. Accused are Vattenfall, Bilcon, KGAL, and all corporations that are misusing their responsibility. So we just elaborated what arbitration courts do. Then I'd like to give the case. By means of the attorney firm Luther from Hamburg, they litigated in 2009 at $1.4 billion on compensation. The object of content was the coal power plant Moorburg in Hamburg. The arbitration court was settled in Washington, D.C. Then, Bilcon versus Canada. Bilcon tried to construct a huge quarry in Nova Scotia in Canada in order to excavate basalt. But based on environmental rules, Canada forbade it, and Bilcon litigated based on the free trade agreement between USA and Canada, loss of profits at $300 million against Canada, and albeit no construction works regarding this quarry had actually begun. KGL Real Investments bought land for photovoltaic installations. Then KGL Real Investments, after shortening subvention by means of the Spanish government to the solar industry, then sued or litigated for loss of future profits and revenue. Or NAFTA, the US-American government has never lost a court in arbitration, however Canada and Mexico have. Meanwhile, we have so-called trials. NAFTA is an institution between... No, I will name the example. So there are process finance managers that financing process. Profit rates are huge. And that is why in the last couple of years we have a clear increase on number of courts before arbitration. Quote, governments must always have the option to change laws and adapt them to the needs of society for the benefit of humanity and all voters that are the basis of democracy as the sovereign. Quote by Jose Maria Benito, Professor for International Law. Witnesses: Gus van Harten, Juan Fernandez Armesto, Bruno Sima, Ben Beachy, political scientist, Washington DC, Cam Stanton, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much. And as it is a very, very similar case, please, very brief statements. Now, before we comment, we would like to know what came out of those examples. We've heard of 3 from economic stakeholders, but we do not know the outcome. So we do not know how we should take our position.
Den Sie am Ende noch mal verlesen haben, scheinen uns eher...
What you then read at the end, this means for us to address the question, how would the neoliberal constitution look like? What is the situation? How is it evolving or proceeding? What kind of political symmetry or asymmetry is here? So I think the quote you mentioned is a quite justified position that should actually be made part of an indictment that deals principally with the phenomenon of courts of arbitration. So we would like to have this excluded and would ask prosecution to point to the relevant misuse and what results came out of it. Because we don't know it. So let's say it was decided that those indictments would have been rejected, or that the plaintiff would have lost, then this would be a good reason to say that those courts are working properly. But if you do not, so you can litigate, but if you will not succeed, then this is just stupidity.
We think that the very fact that those suits could go in court is sufficient to substantiate our claim, and that the result in these particular cases does not matter. That's a nice way to say that we don't know the results. But it's still the case that the cases went to court, and they could have gone one way or the other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sued. Yeah, well, people don't, people don't submit suits that cost the procedure of which costs millions of dollars unless they believe they have good chance to win. Yeah.
Danke sehr. Gibt es schon eine Entscheidung seitens der Anklage zu dieser?
Wir werden diese.
Thank you. Is there a decision? Yes, we will summarize this with the previous case. So the next case is number 380. And the plaintiff is here in persona. Exploitation and human rights violation by means of the tobacco industry. Accused are PMI, Philip Morris International, British American Tobacco, Imperial Brands PLC, up to February 2016, Imperial Tobacco Group, Bristol. And then we also tabled the motion to expand it to Stepan Tobacco International, JTI, with headquarters in Geneva. Number 3 on the world market. And they have also an office here in Europe. Now regarding the accusation, tobacco consumer production increase hunger and poverty are a hindrance to dignified life conditions and lead to ecological damages like deforestation and water pollution. People in the global south suffer especially from the consequences. Now, tobacco is produced in 120 countries on 4.3 million hectares. We have 7.5 million tons of raw tobacco, more than 90% are from the global south. And this is to be distinguished from other profitable plants like coffee and tea. First of all, to dry tobacco, we need a lot of firewood by means of deforestation. Annually, at least 200,000 hectares of forests are used for tobacco production, 100 hectares out of it in sub-Saharan Africa. Second, this plant is toxic and leads to nicotine poisoning at farmers and tobacco workers. During the crop, they intake up of about 50 cigarettes nicotine by means of through the skin. And the products are also now make oneself addicted, and 50% of the consumers would actually die from the implications of tobacco. Like cotton, it is being produced in the global south. Multinational corporations impose contracts on them by means of production, and the risk of bad crops and so on lie with the producers, not the corporations. Tobacco and its planting is in direct competition with nutrition, like for instance Bangladesh and Malawi. And a lot of those peoples are malnourished. would, for instance, in 6 countries, would be something else other than tobacco, we could nourish 10 million people more. Now, regarding the consumption of tobacco, about 1 billion people are smokers, 80% in low and middle income countries. And the consumption of tobacco leads to addiction and illness. Annually, 6 million people die from smoking, 600,000 from passive smoking, 80% of those cases in countries of low and middle income. More deaths than provoked by HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria put together. Tobacco consumption is the only risk factor that can spark any non-contagious illness, like, for instance, lung diseases, COPD, heart and coronary diseases, cancer, diabetes. And in poor households in Global South, it increases poverty and its implications on the short term. By the expenditure for cigarette addiction, you have less money for nutrition, foodstuffs, health, education, meaning worse nutrition for children, decrease of possibility of health protection and insurance, and no or just less education. So this means less income, high cost for treatment, and less income because you have to provide care to ill family members. The waste from tobacco also contributes to the plastics waste burden. We have annually the remains of 4.5 billion cigarettes. Filters consist of cellulose acetate, plastics, and have nicotine and also other toxicants and heavy metals that also gain access to the environment and water cycles. Regarding the tobacco industry, we have a location that is very important in Europe, namely Germany. Annually, 220,000 tons of raw tobacco are imported to Germany and processed to cigarettes. We have put out of 160 billion cigarettes. Germany is the worldwide biggest cigarette export country. All leading corporations have big locations in Germany. Philip Morris has the second biggest plant in Berlin. BAT has the biggest plant in Bayreuth, and Imperial Brands is the mother company of the Remsmar Zigarettenfabriken GmbH für plant in Langenlagen. GAT has a very big plant in Trier. Tobacco Corporation, and this is the accusation, have been acting since decades with all possible means in order to increase profits by means of a product that leads into addiction and kills. Formerly, secret documents of the tobacco industry have shown that the management of corporations is lying intentionally, discrediting scientific research, are also in international organizations, and influencing political decision-making processes. They use every possibility that is offered by capitalism for corporations, and they want to expand their activity and their scope, not only by means of direct lobby work in parliaments, but by means of targeted public campaigns by means of Business Europe. Apart from that, the tobacco industry is using bi- or multilateral trade agreements in order to open markets or to keep markets. A current example is the litigation of Philip Morris International against Uruguay's health laws before the International Court of Arbitration of the World Bank on the basis of a bilateral investment and trade agreement between Switzerland and Uruguay. The accused corporations have knowledge about these relations, but according to the logics of capitalist system, for them profits mean more than human rights. And if it is possible for court, I'd like to say something on the use of bio and multilateral trade agreements, which is also fits the other cases we've had. But
please, can you be more precise? The tobacco industry in recent years has used bilateral and multilateral trade agreements to issue threats against governments. And to making showcases in small countries in order to exercise and impede tobacco control policy worldwide. Worldwide, there is one tobacco control agreement by the WTO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And the tobacco industry, with all means, tries to prevent the countries of this planet to implement this agreement. I here have a list of threats and damages that were issued by the tobacco industry in recent years in Great Britain 2015 in order to put a lot of pressure on MPs of British Tobacco immediately before the vote of important laws. Threatens legal steps, which is a success. But the law is nevertheless passed on the 11th of March 2015. BMT then instructs the lawyers to prepare a lawsuit, which they then also brought. October 2013, Philip Morris International threatens to sue before an international arbitration court against the introduction of packages. Togo gives in. What is interesting about Togo is that the tobacco industry, Philip Morris in this case, has sent a letter claiming that they had brought won a lawsuit before the Supreme Court of Australia against Australia. In reality, they had lost the lawsuit to an extent that they even had to bear the legal costs. Solomon Islands 2011 BAT sends a 24-page letter with amended claims on the law, threatening legal steps if they are not implemented. The law is still passed in 2013. Namibia 2011 BHT threatens legal steps against Lincoln Railway. The law then came into force in 2015, but it is not known what amendments were made based on the threat. I thank you for your expertise. If you need further information, we can come back to your vast riches of knowledge. Can I just read one more? What is important about the tobacco industry is that they also threaten to sue, even though they know that they're going to lose. Many reports requested by them were supposed to verify whether, because of the TRIP agreement on intellectual property rights, lawsuits can be brought against pictorial information. All these internally requested reports that are now publicly available, since they're on the internet, said no, not possible. But still, the tobacco industry keeps threatening that in letters and lawsuits. You're welcome to stay with us. Thank you. Now, the defense for its statement. Thank you. Again, the defense expresses to you personally, as well as all the other writers, expresses its supreme respect. What we find here is a bill of indictment, which in turn questions the choice of economic activity plus the freedom of choice of profession, since the people growing tobacco might also choose a different profession or activity. We also question that people are able to choose the things they want to consume for themselves. That applies both to tobacco or cheese or cookies or dyes for the hair. Well, yes, this is also what I would refer to as aesthetic enjoyment. And fourthly, the defense already in other cases has not denied that there is a certain delivery chain responsibility part of this. These groups have already signed it, and if here problems occurred, that might also be part of the prosecution and a philosophical explanation on the question of what image of humans is behind this attack on tobacco as such and all the people involved. Is the objective, to put it in a question, to have a totalitarian health of the people, extending life forever? The defense regards it as a tendentially, not a fully, but a tendentially monolithic approach to life, lifespan, and healthy life, which is nothing else than monolithic and one-dimensional. People take decisions as to their activities, their choice of enjoyments and professions, and here this regard seems to be restricted to one single field, which is why the defense assumes that this indictment is being modified and then also where there are allegations worth verifying, at least as part of a so-called Capitalism Tribunal, must be explored. Even though we assume that this case will not be kept up and that it will be dropped during the next stage. Thank you. Now the prosecution.
Yeah, just two very brief points. One is that much of the, and this is to add to the statement of my learned colleague here, much of the advertisement of the tobacco industry are directed to kids or to people who are very young, and therefore it seems to me that the idea of freedom of choice that was emphasized by my colleague from the defense does not hold water, because the other element that exists there is that from what I heard, I cannot substantiate it now with documents, that the tobacco companies, and you will be able maybe to provide us more information, add to the materials that are addictive, that are not part of the tobacco. Am I right about this?
Yes.
So my learned colleague could do this. But I just want to emphasize, to say one thing about the trial that took place in the United States by the health system of one of the states. I'm pretty sure it was Connecticut, but I'm not 100% sure. So the defense, I just want to mention the defense position on what the tobacco companies providing defense. The nation has, or the health system of one of the states in the United States claimed that there was a lot of harm and they had to treat a lot of people. The defense was that because many smokers die early, as a matter of fact, the health system saved a lot of money because they didn't have to treat elderly people. The next step would be that they would sue the health system in order for unjust enrichment, because they killed all these people while they were young. I mention this not in order to accuse tobacco companies. I mention it in order to highlight the ethos of capitalism, when the defense position is we killed many people when they were young, and therefore we saved a lot of money because you didn't have to treat them when they are old.
Danke sehr. Bitte. Dann die Klägerin, bitte.
Ich würde gerne auch noch weitere Punkte hin.
So the plaintiff again, I would like to add further points, first on the freedom of the choice of profession. As briefly mentioned in the Bill of Indictment, not long, but I at least pointed to it, the agreements of tobacco farmers with the groups, throttling agreements. So first, they are enticed to sign with the promises of good profit, so that they also then incur debts, and in order to repay the debts, they need to keep planting tobacco in order to repay the debts. So here the choice of profession is severely limited. And this could also be added as yet another point to the indictment. Second point, choice. My colleague has already said a couple of things. Let me just add that trade in other dangerous drugs, such as heroin, in most countries on this planet is forbidden. And that trade in tobacco should at least be controlled, as 180 countries worldwide have already decided in a tobacco control agreement. The tobacco industry, however, does anything possible so that exactly this agreement cannot be implemented. So we're not just talking about restricting choice that cause severe addictions and kills about half of its consumers. But we're talking about the tobacco industry as such, not the consumers who might have a free choice. And that then also influences the image we have of humans. This is not an indictment of tobacco, it's an indictment of the tobacco industry making a profit with a product that it keeps selling and addressing its advertising to children, as is also disclosed by internal documents of the tobacco industry, and making profits from just that. It's not just about a pure image. Mr. Klein, please. One short remark. To me, it really seems that the tobacco industry is a particularly stupid industry which constantly initiates trials with the aim of losing it, rather pointing to the advocates behind it that exploits and abuses this stupidity without any limits. And of course, then I find it even more depressing that this can be stepped up further in the case of Togo, where obviously it was demonstrable, and they might also have inquired about Australia. They still accepted it. So I find this very frightening, and personally, I don't want to say much more about it. I don't want to be part of this miracle world which opens up to me here thanks to your statements. There are three substantial positions where I believe we need to differentiate again. First position, the admissibility of economic action per se. So can tobacco be grown, refined, processed, and marketed as well as consumed? This is a legal question, which certainly also again collides with the question of whether, or first the right to intoxication, and then also the right per se within a society. How much freedom can you claim? How much individual protection do you enjoy? This also is a question of the rules for the protection of non-smokers, so that it has quite been driven ahead and also implemented substantially. So things are happening here. Regardless of, we still need to assess health-threatening choice as such in our society. So this cascade would have to be continued further from tobacco to alcohol, sugar. In all areas, we have sufficient scientific studies and know-how which need to be addressed individually, but basically we still have a large field with quite a lot to do so that we can clarify how we can proceed further in a balanced way so that individual products will not be forbidden. So sugar, alcohol, or tobacco, it certainly depends on what and how we find a consensus in society. This again, I think, is contained in this indictment. substantially. And with regard to the further progress of this tribunal, I believe we first of all need to clarify the question of the responsibility of the supply chain and the arguments presented in the end, so that we can come back to that once again. And this is also the information for the indictment or for the prosecution with a respective modification of indictment 380. So I think that we should rather adopt the capitalist aspect and then also discuss these rights in detail, because they cannot be part of this tribunal. I just wanted to confirm all this, because if you really wonder whether we can indict anything where one human being abuses the joy or the intoxication of others, then we'd also have to include sex. Yes, but I would like to say that this indictment is more complex, and that is also just been said that here, other than previously mentioned, with this notion of totalitarian health, this is just about the economic activity of these companies and the defendants. In this regard, this is quite interesting. The prosecution will probably follow up on that. Yes, we'll. Shall we make a break? Do you need a break, or should we go on? Yes, break. So we'll have a short break for several needs. Comfort break.
Dann setzen wir fort mit Anklagenummer 0100.
We continue with number 163.
Einen weiteren
I have one motion that after the prosecution, we would like to add up another prosecution that just got. If defense would be agree to an oral presentation only. Would you agree to this? Yes, we agree. Capitalism is not to be, violates Article 3 of the German Grundgesetz. Capitalism goes against Article 3 of the Grundgesetz. The legislative branch is accused. Article 3 of the German Constitution, Grundgesetz, stipulates that all people are equal to be treated before law. This should safeguard that for or during legal litigation or disputes or trials, all same rules apply for the people. But no, it depends actually on how much money you have. First of all, costs for lawyers and courts are very high. Only if you have money, you can select your lawyer or have several ones. Only people that are wealthy can take the risk to go before court and potentially lose and have to pay the cost. When someone hasn't got enough money or has not much money, they risk their financial existence and psychological health or mental health to get their right before court, especially in case the opposite party has a lot of money and can afford to have a whole team of specialized lawyers. Especially, second time, the option to avoid trial is a settlement. This means that you agree to an amount to be paid. If you can offer money and if you can pay, you can avoid to be litigated or prosecuted. Someone who has done injustice can, by means of paying an amount, escape court. And if you have money or not, it depends the probability to commit some felonies or break the law. A person with a lot of money will most probably not be before court, for instance, because he or she didn't use a ticket for public transport or something like this. Out of the perspective of a wealthy person, it would be inappropriate to risk to be imprisoned for a couple of euros, and for instance, if you drive without tickets on the train. Especially as a lot of people with money would use their own car or their own vehicle and not public transport. If someone has not much money, will most probably not going to be litigated because of tax evasions and be for a couple of years imprisoned. The unequal distribution of capital makes Article 3 like dead law. Capitalism condones inequality of people even before Article 3 could be applied. And in this respect, capitalism is against the Constitution, or violates the Constitution. Thank you for the presentation, and defense has the award. Now, I think it is the matter of contract freedom is accused. Contract freedom is the basis of successful citizenship and interaction between citizens, and as such, it is obvious that if we have a society that is living in freedom and democracy, it is not appropriate to present this prosecution. Meaning, so every John Doe should be or should have the option to litigate for something ridiculous. Now you have to have a certain dynamic, which is in the sense of successful resource allocation, should also be in the area of jurisdiction and procedurality. I'm sorry, but the gentleman is not really coherently speaking. So we also have to add that those processes are not successful. We have to state that every person is equal before the law. This is a basic principle, and this has to be defended in this same respect. But basically, we have to point out to the freedom of agreement or contract. Do you really want to accuse this? And if so, it should also be placed into the text. So this prosecution should at least be modified or should be dropped. Thank you. Thank you very much. What would the prosecution say?
One point about settlements. The fact that the poor cannot conduct legal proceedings leads them often to compromise for relatively small amounts. So if you're wealthy, you can continue the prosecution and get the full amount and take even the risks that you lose. On the other hand, if you are poor, you are bound to compromise for less than would be otherwise. To this, I would add that the legal system includes a lot of uncertainties, and uncertainty operates against the poor rather than against the rich, simply for the fact that the poor tend to be more risk averse. In other words, they tend to take the possibility of losing more seriously, and therefore to compromise and settle for lower amounts than the rich.
Danke. Gibt es noch von Ihrer Seite eine Stellungnahme? No.
Would you say something in this respect? Well, the fact that every John Doe will have his or her right is just despicable as a statement. It's a social Darwinistic comment. And then you talk about the freedom to enter into contract. Well, this is not about this here, this text. But you can pick up on the proverb, because we've had it before that some people are forced to enter into a labor or working contract because they have to work. because they haven't inherited enough to live without work. So, is a consequence, freedom of contract I contested as being non-existent. Especially coming back to the housing topic. If someone hasn't inherited a house in order to live inside, then this person or these people are forced to search for a house or a flat or an apartment. And most of the case, they cannot resist or reject an offer on the market. And of course, we will uphold this case. Yes. So I'd like to add that we have a formal problem. Of course, it is trivial to say that the world is unfair and those who are wealthier will use them. This is an equality that can be supposed because he who has more means will use it. But we have to reject this case because it is contradictory, because it also accuses the Grundgesetz article. And then, so I have to contradict my colleague, but generally we are on the same side. But in any case, it is a very contradictory accusation or prosecution because it accuses Article 1, which is actually the basis for prosecution. Here, Article 1 of the Grundgesetz of the Federal Constitution states that. No, then this is a formal inaccuracy, because it is under, so it is the basis of the prosecution. I think the text is very, very legible, and if you do not understand it, well, then this is your problem. Maybe we should come back to our topic. I'd like to add that I want support, but I have to say that Article 3 of the Constitution of Germany, that all people are equal before law. This doesn't mean that they are equal in the law. Secondly, also your colleague from the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation said that in this process, in the Capitalism Tribunal, the quota of, we have to make a pre-selection, who will write prosecution and which prosecution will be read and who will be heard. And this would really be in sense of defense to have a better selection. Who will, what will be read, which prosecution, which case, which indictment. Even we heard the gentleman from the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation. It was very interesting, yes. It enriched the process. So this point will be continued. Would there be the need to modify? No, not at all. With the addition. Something on your behalf? We agree to the modification, and if this will be taken up to the next stage, we would like to also point to the aspect of process or trial cost support, because with this prosecution we are in the range of the Federal Constitution, so we have more laws that actually support Article 3, and it translates it into operative forms so that the asymmetry of income and ownership relations can be neutralized before court as good as possible. And I would like to add that the defense is taking every single prosecution and plaintiff seriously. On purpose, we accepted that, and we recognize every single prosecution, every single text. Thank you. Then we can proceed. Okay, we insert now the case. It's the number 408. That this is accusation against MPC Alphamin because of accusation against the company MPC Alphamin because the agreement protocol wasn't respected or fulfilled. The mine workers from Bizi, Congo, have a tin mine. They detected it in the country. The Val Vicale is one of the most insecure regions in the Congo. There are countless rebel groups that terrorize the civil population and try to gain control over the mine in the region and the transport routes. The mine workers fight for the right to extract resources in Bizi, but are not in the position to guarantee security on the premises because they have no support from police or army. Policemen and soldiers are constantly attacking the civil population and the mine workers. Now, after the first resources of the material were encountered in 2002, we contacted the boss of the mine division in the North Kivu province that confirmed in written form that we should continue the activities in BC and send him the samples of the encountered raw materials, and we did so. It has to be established that the local population of Waglifale started excavating and extracting it. The activities gained up in momentum and considerable amounts were extracted from the mine workers regarding tin. So the whole thing gained momentum and the extraction was expanded, and mine workers also bartered the raw materials with foodstuffs, local farmers. Then, at the beginning of the 2000s, MPC, Mine Processing in Congo, came to the mine and bought the raw materials. For 2 years, there were no incidents. But in order to respect the law on mining, the small mine operators founded cooperatives, small cooperatives. But the mine workers were really baffled because the MPC corporation arrived on the premises with official permission to research and exploit probably the raw materials. So they owned actually then from now on the mine, although more than 10,000 mine workers were there and still being active. MPC started from that moment on to claim to own the land. Then they expelled the mine workers from the premises, and mine workers recognized it as a buyer, the corporation. The government didn't agree with this expulsion because it violated Article 58 of the Constitution. Every Congolese have the right to profit from the national treasures. State has the obligation to distribute the wealth equally and guarantee right to development. The National Mine Ministry started based on the expertise of the consultants and mission managers. The extraction of raw materials. They started the negotiation problems and the settlement between the cooperatives and the company. The settlement protocol said that the artisanal extraction of tin can be continued as in the past under the surveillance of the Department of Artisanal Extraction of Raw Materials. A couple of weeks later, we had a site inspection of both parties, of the signatories of the protocol, with the authorities, in order to establish the premises that, aside from the exploration activities from UpTC, would be dedicated for the extraction of artisanal tin. Unfortunately, in the 6 subsequent years, no agreement of the protocol was respected or fulfilled by MPC Alpha Min. The 10,000 mine workers could not resume their activities up to now. Why? Because they are constantly threatened by the corporation. In order to gain an overview on the acts of violence that were instigated by MPC, I'd like to give some examples. First, or in October 2014, the mine workers were attacked with weapons that were hired by MPC Alpha Mines. During this attack, 4 mine workers were injured, some of them severely. 9 February 2015, 1 mine worker, Kalome Christian, was tortured to death. 6 March of 2015, policemen that guaranteed the security of MPC Alpha Mines, attacked the premises of Golgotha. 7 injured mine workers, 1 woman was raped by the policemen, and in 126 houses of the mine workers, arson was committed. 106,900 kilogram tins were plundered from the depots from the mine workers, although MPC agreed at the settlement protocol not to disturb the activity of the mine workers. February 2015, soldiers of the Congolese army, based on request from MPC Alpha Mine, access to the tents of mine workers because allegedly they had firearms. Soldiers were also together with policemen that also acted on behalf of MPC Alpha Mine. At 5 p.m., a worker from MPC returned with a soldier in order to go to the house of Claude Asimbo, break into this house. At 1 a.m., they kidnapped him, beat him up, cuffed him. They left him for 3 days in the woods without anyone else knowing where he was. 3 days later, he was found in the forest, 15 kilometers away from Bizi. These inhuman actions against the civil population were committed by the MPC Alpha Mine Corporation in order to prevent the population to profit from the national treasures and to expel them from their premises. And this is the case for the premises of Golgotha, where we do not have access anymore. And this will also now be the case with all of the hill of Bizi. We'd like to remember that most of the mine workers are young men that found work in Bizi. That means that they do not enact into subversive activities, so that they will not join rebel groups in case they work with the mines. So, consequence, for peace and social order, we would like to state the demand before the Capitalism Tribunal. We demand the respect of the settlement protocol on the 30th February 2010 that is still valid, in accordance with Article 33 of CCLE, that the signatories of Convention on Right Basis have to respect it. We demand the return of the stolen tin. We demand the subsequent policemen and soldiers bring to court that participated in violence against mine workers. We demand compensations of mine workers by means of the corporation, because the policemen and soldiers that were supposed to provide security allowed them to plunder the mine workers' houses and arson them. We respect Article 14, that Article 14 will be respected of the Settlement Protocol 2010.
Bitte.
Yes, would the defense like to comment? The reply is now based on the orally presented information, and would the prosecution like to specify on which basis we should now continue this prosecution in the Capitalism Tribunal? I said we have a situation that can be described as a civil war with rebel fractions. We have a legal foundation with paragraph 58 that within the Republic of Congo it is allowed to that economic stakeholders can profit from wealth of the country. There is a settlement protocol that is not respected. There are accusations to police officers that were acting in this province. So it is very difficult for us to give any reply within the framework of the Capitalism Tribunal on behalf of the defense. So we would like to prosecution to specify in which form we would like to tema topic or present this topic in the Capitalism Tribunal. So could you specify on the content?
This was provided as an example, and the prosecution argues that this is a typical example, which is a byproduct of the unrestrained pursuit of profit at the expense of human life and human well-being. So we regard it simply as an example illustrating the almost inevitable consequences of capitalism.
Bitte?
Ja, das sehen wir hier nicht so. Hier sind
No, I do not see it this way. Laws have been broken. This is a clearly illegal acting on behalf of the police officers. In case this is true, what we heard, and we have no reason not to believe this, but of course they have to be made evident in due process. So this case seems to be an illegal business model. There is no explicit delivery chain responsibility. This is just a criminal process of a criminal organization described as MPC Alpha Man. So this is just a ordinary crime, and as such it should be prosecuted with the corresponding authorities that have jurisdiction over it. But we also have to give credit that we have here a extremely difficult situation that is described as a civil war, and within the civil war those crimes were committed. So I think with this tribunal we will not serve ourselves in case we should try to summarize it within accusation against an economic system or a production pattern. This case, for it to be negotiated for the Capitalism Tribunal, it has to be clarified regarding the civil war situation and the crime or criminal behavior of the stakeholders on behalf of the corporation and the police, because this is not acceptable at this general stage. Could this be to be summarized under the capitalistic resources, or what would you reply as prosecution?
Unless we can show that this is a kind of related to
I would also make this argumentation that it's an example, a typical example. Do we need to show it here? Okay. Yeah. It's up to you, but maybe we should look at Wir teilen die Bedenken in Bezug auf den Fall, ob es nicht den Rahmen des Kapitalismustribunals hier sprengt und die Möglichkeiten, die wir haben, solch einen Fall zu behandeln. Ich würde allerdings doch in dem Fall da drin bleiben, dass es sich hierbei doch um...
So we share the opinion of the defense and the worries regarding the scope of the tribunal, but still it is actually a matter of the raw materials. The notion to throw out the notion of civil war, we're against it because we can see that the corporation is in the position to align with governments and is in the position that we have a state that is responsible for respecting the law, and the corporation is influencing the state so that actions are committed that are criminal. This could be exemplary. Of course, we do not have a situation like on the European continent, but we believe that we can see, as an example, what's going on in a world in which we live, and that people are deprived of their basic existence just in order to maximize profits, and with state support with violent means in order to compete on the world market as regards to cooperation. And we would like to have this here written down and also supported and summarized here. We would like to state that Max Weber's described genesis of capitalism from the Protestant ethics, that basically is also in line with Josef Schumpeter's book on capitalism, socialism, and democracy, and it explicitly points to the fact that free economic order, also solidified by law, makes the difference between gaining something by means of robbery and the legal system. So at the moment where we say that this was an illegal appropriation against the laws, against paragraph 58 of the Constitution and the settlement protocol of parties involved. So we have to say that the actions of MPC Alpha Mine was not within a legally safeguarded economic order or the system. So we are in an area where an area that is criminal, and to mix up those two spheres is not helpful regarding the critique of an economic system, because here we have facts or situations that are outside of an economic system.
I wouldn't describe it merely as civil war, because there is a corporation involved in it, and the corporation had a role in what is going on. And I mean, we want to provide this as an instantiation of the treatment of corporations, that whenever they have to abide by the law, they do abide by the law. Whenever they can break it, they break the law. And their activity is not guided by the law. The law is not internalized into their system as a principle of governance. The law is internalized only when it is backed by sanctions. And when it is not backed by sanction, the capitalist mentality or the capitalist system leads to such preposterous activities. So we would say that it is not an accident. It's not one company that violated the law. it reflects the fact that the orderly legal system that we pretend to, that it guides the activities of corporation, guides them only as long as the state is willing to invest resources to enforce it, and that the capitalist mentality leads corporation whenever they can. This is, of course, a third world case, but we can see the same things in the first world when corporations, when they can evade the law, they do evade the law because they don't internalize the law as part of their guiding principles. They take the law only to use Judge Holmes' famous phrase, they look at the law like the bad man, the man that will obey the law as long as it doesn't affect his or her interest. And we think this is part of the capitalist mentality.
Herr Klein, bitte.
The opinions of Professor Harel are interesting. I would also like to point out that this is a basic problem generally in all legally regulated fields of life. So when laws are not safeguarded by enforcement, then those laws are not worth the paper on which they were written. This is a phenomenon that we would describe as a challenge regarding a civilizatory achievement like the state and its rule of law, and this topic is not new. It has also been a topic before capitalism. The problem to practice the law and to see to it that law is enforced is as old as civilizations and goes as far back as the invention of writing, and so that laws were written down and that within a framework we have a framework stabilized by the judicial organs. So this is behavior that can be described as civilized and not barbaric. So here the nexus to capitalism would be lacking.
Considering the time, I would like to ask for one last statement, and then we could proceed with a decision.
That Dr. Klein is right, of course, there is a historical problem, but with respect to individuals, they often internalize the law and regard it as a guiding principle, not because of sanctions, otherwise the legal system could not operate. In the case of corporation, we see it more rarely, that the corporation internalize the legal system as a guide for behavior, as motivating them to behavior. We see only the external sanctions are. So I think there is a huge difference between the regular obedience to law, which of course there are people who disobey, and the corporate system that is forced because of profit considerations to violate the law whenever it can do it without impunity.
Und wir sehen, dass hier doch auch
And you also see that here again we have a very specific connection with capitalism, because what is described here in the indictment is yet another example of a first accumulation. So people who are not active in the market have not exchanged it against other materials, other raw materials, and are then pushed out by profit-oriented company to produce other proceeds, and these proceeds don't go to the people there, but speak against the interests of the people acting there. So the connection between the economy and capitalism definitely is given. We also have one request for the floor from the audience now, and I would like to also now consider it. But please be brief, considering the time. Well, let me just briefly add that this company is probably listed at the Toronto Stock Exchange, and this is a very popular procedure taken up by many who want to then approach licenses, etc., and then many do that, and then these companies don't assume any responsibility for the process. For these companies getting the mining rights, Römin, Alphamin, and many others doing exactly the same, and this is the one point that might be interesting here. Thank you. We should have to verify whether this is really true. Well, yes. Luckily, we have already had indictments with precisely this problem. It is also listed there. Luckily, we have had a number of indictments with precisely these practices of extracting industries, mining industries, also with a view to the moral dimension of using the different legal standpoints, etc. So therefore, this case can again be attributed there. Let me also again respond regarding the internationalization possibility of corporations, especially the legal dimensions. As we have seen during the past 2 decades under the title of compliance, especially regarding multinationally acting companies, focusing on the internalization of the respective legal order and the departments created within their companies so that they can then systematically encouraging their staff to compliance with strictest norms plus the regulations given in order to also act within broader legal spheres, offering more possibilities than what the company itself wants. Now, looking at the practices and since compliance in most cases is also taking into account a zero-tolerance policy, we can also say that companies in particular are able to internalize legal standards, executing them, and therefore also intending a highly legal and more than legal type of management and work practice. Thank you. So now I would like to ask you to come to the decision whether you want to keep up this case or whether you want to drop it, you want to keep it up. So this has taken us to the end of our session. Today, out of the 21 cases on the agenda today, only 2 were dropped. Numbers 33 and 68, which will not be followed up on during further proceedings. All the rest will be further kept up, and the prosecution suggests to subsume and bundle the cases for further processing. So thank you very much for this afternoon. We then go on. '28. That is the case. 28, the very first. On behalf of the Tribunal, on behalf of House Bartleby, we now particularly thank Monika Klenge for presiding over the last and 7th day of the Capitalism Tribunal on emergence and the gardens of law. On behalf of House Bartleby, we particularly thank all the prosecutors who, in the course of the last year, have submitted their indictments, be it from their own experience, feeling, or life, or from expertise and know-how, especially also since many of them have used the possibility to personally present their indictments here by coming to Vienna in person or also getting connected from their offices in Namibia or elsewhere via Skype. We thank this house on Karlsplatz 5 that has been rededicated into a court and will then transform back into a theater day after tomorrow. The opening and therefore the first instance of the Capitalism Tribunal has been concluded with this day. Every indictment has been read out and undergone a fair trial, whether it shall be promoted to the next level or is dropped. Let me just finish. Well, in the room, about 700 people attended the tribunal, and worldwide we have an average of 2,000 to 3,000 people following us via live stream. The next level will also be held in Vienna, and all the information will then be found on Capitalismtribunal.org. Today again, we will continue at 7 with an Agora discussion under the title of the 7th International on the topic of the day, the emergence and the gardens of law, including Professor Alon Harel from Jerusalem, a constitutional lawyer, Anselm Lenz, and Robert Misek. Again, I would like to point out that the accompanying publication, the Capitalism Tribunal, is a non-profit publication together with the Passagen edition to be acquired out in the lobby, and that you can support these proceedings. I thank you very cordially on behalf of all the organizers and staff for following us during the week and participating so actively. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again at 7 or day after tomorrow for the goodbye party and retransformation into theater. Thank you.
Bravo.